An atom splits to create a distraction, and every single is a counterfeit, a misdirection. And baby, I wait forever to find you, and I change, but never to blind you. I'll stop the hands of time. I'll stop the hands of time. I'll stop the hands of
Let me out, let me out, there's no answer. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, there's no answer. Let me out, let me out, there's no answer.
empty thoughts. I'm lost in the midnight city. Been chasing dreams this place has brought. Looking for something to give me the answers that I chase. I'm looking for something out there. Is there a reason I'm in this place? I'm up in the air. I'm chasing the stars like I'm dreaming my heart.
All right, I think it's time to get started. The Chillest podcast, episode 14. 1 second here. Let me get things sorted, and then we'll get started. So, first off, let's see. Oh, it works! Yay! All right, here we go. So, podcast, episode 14, the Chillest podcast. Welcome, everyone, to the show. If you're brand new here and you're wondering what's up, this is the Chillest podcast. It's a once-a-month podcast where we talk about streaming, Twitch, and video games, and all sorts of topics in general. And we are members of the Chillest. This is a stream team on Twitch. If you're curious, you can type !Chillest in the chat for information. But we are a team of broadcasters focused primarily on interaction with our viewers, with our community. We also focus on positivity, spreading that within our communities and beyond, as well as good vibes and high quality content in general. So definitely worth checking all of us out on the team. We are not the only members on the team. We have 17 total members, including myself, and I am the leader and creator of the Chillest. But we are on April's episode, which is stream identity and branding and choosing content. So this is a really good topic, in my opinion, because a lot of people probably have questions about how to brand yourself and how to choose content for your own stream. And even if you're not a streamer, this gives you a kind of a behind the scenes for those of us you see on the podcast today, and how we do what we do, you know, how we came about doing what we do now as streamers, and some general experience, recommendations, advice, things like that for people who are maybe looking into streaming, or even if you've already started. It's a great resource for just getting ideas and just getting, you know, a little bit of guidance to hopefully help you develop your stream. So without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce ourselves. Usually how we start out is a brief round of self-introductions for all of us on the team that are currently on the episode tonight. And we'll go clockwise, starting with Lady Adarissa.
Hi guys, I'm Lady Adarissa. This is my second podcast with the Chillest now, and I've had a great time on the team so far. I'm a variety broadcaster. I stream a lot of RPG series playthroughs, completion runs, and I also do weekly creative streams.
Cool. And then next would be me. I am Snowlit. I am the creator and leader of the Chillest. I am a full-time broadcaster as well. I stream usually action-adventure RPGs and story-driven games in general. I stream every day but Sunday. And my, I guess, weapon of choice, I guess you could say, is Horizon Zero Dawn recently. Such an obsession with that game. And next is Tashnar.
Hi, I'm Tashna. Obviously, it's pretty late over here in the UK, so always obsessed with tea. I do a lot of creative broadcasts. We've been making jewelry recently and really big things, but I also do slip in some gameplay as well. Also been playing Horizon, but I have to kind of prioritize creative, even though it's really a good game.
Good stuff. Sorry, did I interrupt? You can go.
No, I just get really nervous.
Don't be nervous. We're all friends here. Next is Codex Reaper.
Yep, so I am Codex Reaper. I am a variety and a creative caster. I tend to stream later over in the US, and I stream games at the end of the day. I tend to stream later in the US and then earlier into the morning for in the European zone. And I stream games that are chill or relaxing. Been doing a whole bunch of Stardew Valley recently. Before that, doing things like Subnautica, looking at getting into Elite Dangerous. So in my channel, we keep things chill, we keep it relaxed, kind of the thing that you would end or start your day with, a sort of radio show host-esque sort of a setup.
Cool. And then last but definitely not least is Pulse Effects.
Hi, I'm Pulse. I am basically a variety speedrunner. I'll speedrun anything from Pokemon to Legend of Zelda to Super Mario Sunshine. Basically, mostly a lot of Nintendo games, sometimes retro. It really depends on what I'm in the mood for. But
Cool. Well, that's the episode participants this time around. But like I said, we are not the only ones on the team. So please do check out everyone on the team. We have 17 broadcasters total. You can type !Chillest at any point to get the link to our team page and to follow everybody and check everybody out. We're all similar in terms of positivity, good vibes, and just having really solid, welcoming communities. So, like I said earlier, this is episode 14. We are talking about branding and choosing content and general stream identity today. And as usual, like in previous podcast episodes, you guys out there watching and listening in chat, you're more than welcome to ask questions during and throughout the entire episode. I do ask that you do @Snowlit or @Snow or Snowy. Those are usually highlight the keyword. They'll highlight the message for me if you do that. And you can ask questions to me. We won't answer everything, but if I feel like it's relevant to the discussion currently at hand, then I will address it to everybody currently on the episode. So like I said, !Podcast, get everybody's links on here, !Chillest. And again, if you want to ask questions, you are more than welcome to. Just @Snowlit in your message and I will see it better. So that, without further ado then, let's dive into it. First off, we're going to actually talk about you and your branding. So branding is the first topic, and branding is a very interesting thing in general, I think, on Twitch especially. But let's first define what it is. What is a brand for a streamer on Twitch? What do you guys think it is? How would you describe it, I guess?
Kind of a consistent representation of you across all social, I guess. If we're talking just graphically branding, anyway. And then style and theme. So if you're relaxation and positivity, then carrying that across all your content, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just something that represents you as a streaming personality, basically.
Right. Caught up in, it's represented by, I mean, the artwork and everything is important, but I think outside of that, the one of the bigger things to focus on that's more direct is, it affects the types of games that you play, your personality style, how do you interact with chat, what do you do with the game? Are you more of your style of presentation? Are you more calm and relaxed? Are you higher energy? Are you more low key? What sort of presentation style and vibe in the community do you give off and do you cultivate?
Yeah, I would agree with that. For me, I think a brand is sort of your cumulative identity. So like based on everything that you put into your business, your stream, whether, like you said, whether it's your personality, your style, your entertainment level, things like that, including themes and artwork and consistent content.
Very good descriptions overall. You guys basically nailed the question on the head with all the responses there. I agree with everything there. It is basically your public identity on the Twitch universe, if that makes sense, and beyond. I mean, it's not just Twitch. Your brand as a streamer on Twitch is also the brand, the image they see of you and your content for like companies, like video gaming companies. Who else? Like product companies, like people that are looking for potential sponsorships with content creators. They're also the ones looking at your content, at your brand. So it's something that's particularly important, in my opinion, to put some thought into and to really develop. So without further ado, then, that said, please briefly summarize overall what your brand is. You can go out of order. We don't have to go in order. Just whoever wants to chip in.
Not it.
All right, well, my brand is definitely a theme. I do sort of a medieval high fantasy type theme. And there's some other questions that I know we'll expand on that later, but that's sort of kind of in addition to doing a lot of lore focused series playthroughs as part of my brand. I have an overall artistic and alert and musical theme that all fits into like what you would think of like high fantasy in a like medieval or Middle Earth-esque type environment.
For me, it's sort of come down to what game that I have my main focus as. As a speedrunner, I tend to focus on a game for a very long time. So I've sort of centralized my theme around Pokemon and coffee, basically. So where I pretty much put my branding around.
Well, mine, we're going to touch on it a bit. Mine changed, and I went kind of for a really calm, relaxing color scheme anyway, because we are mainly creative. We're on about positivity and creative, and because I work with pearl beads, I have adorable circles everywhere. So just sort of relaxation, chill, and fun. So I like to think so.
For me, the brand has been, it's interesting for me because my brand and identity is something that has been in a constant state of evolution. Tied up in, I play certain types of games or this time, and it's been a constant flux and change. Then added creative into the mix, wanted to do more of that. Now you're looking at, including that. For those of you who don't know, I do record audiobooks on my stream and then figuring out, okay, how often do I do that? And then, of course, it's been in a flux. But what has been a consistent theme for me, and which is what I've leaned into more recently, is that chill, relaxed, low-key vibe. It's a presentation style that I can do well, and with the time frame that I tend to stream in, which is later in the day or earlier in the morning, depending on how you look at it. That style that's very lurker friendly is calm, relaxed. A way to wind down is what is the vibe that I fit into. I think that's been the presentation style that, simply put it, if you have high energy, crazy, energetic over there, and you have lower key, I'm very much over here. I'm not crazy and antic as those who watch me know. And so as a result, I've worked on choosing games that fit that. So rather than playing very twitchy, high energy, high action games, focused more on, titles such as, more recently what I've been doing, Subnautica and Stardew, which are also low-key, relaxed. You can tune in, you can easily alt-tab, or you can watch, and that's what I aim for. It's what's evolved into and what I focus on.
Cool. And that leaves me last. So my brand is snowy/winter/turtles. And you're wondering, where did the turtles come from? Because you're like, hey, cold weather, winter, that totally makes sense. Turtles. And you're like, what? And the reason for turtles is because, we'll talk about this, but a common, theme for people when they choose their brands on Twitch is that I've noticed they pick animals. There's always some sort of animal associated with the brand. And, you get the typical cat or the dog or the bunny or the panda, and you're like, oh, that's cool. But I was like, nobody picks turtles. And I like turtles. They're cute, and I was like, why not? And so I chose turtles. I love turtles. I've never owned one as a pet, but that became part of my brand just kind of because reasons. There's no real, particular, strong, compelling reason. Because I've never had a pet turtle. I would like one day, but that's a huge part of my brand as well. That, and I actually call myself a turtle because I play games very, very slowly. Very slowly. And that's not an exaggeration. And so it kind of fits into that as well because I kind of identify with that animal. Other than that, just a very upbeat, positive theme to my brand as well. Outside of the winter theme and the turtles. And I guess that really sums it up. To think about it. So moving along then, what is it that you do or have done that you think sets you apart brand-wise? Because we've all introduced our themes now, right? Our brands and our themes and everything. And what do you think sets you apart? Why did you choose what you chose? How does that set you apart as a broadcaster?
Well, I have personally seen other themes and brands that are sort of similar to mine. But for me, it was a scenario when choosing that I felt very passionate about that idea and that particular brand. And so I wanted to pursue it and sort of make it my own. So I feel like that what sets us apart is that we're a very community focused stream, very chat involved and interactive. So in using that medieval fantasy theme, we sort of created this like RP-esque environment where people are knights and squires and paladins, and it's fun for me as an old school RPer, and it's fun to just sort of like have that identity as a community that we're existing in this virtual keep within our medieval fantasy theme.
I think for me personally, like I said earlier, where I have a main focus as a Pokemon speedrunner generally. I've sort of just centralized my theme around that, just to sort of let people know, if you're gonna come here, you're probably gonna see a little bit of Pokemon here and there. Maybe see me drink a little bit of coffee on stream or something. Maybe just sort of like a preview to my stream. Mostly is how I have kind of thrown it out there for people.
Yeah, I think well, I went to someone to do my branding. I had old branding that I wanted to change, so I went sort of with a professional brander guy. We spoke about color themes and all sorts of things, and because I do so much with pillar beads, it's circles, but then that can apply to so many things that it doesn't shoebox me into that corner. And I mean, my brand isn't like really you're a knight, for example. We just chill out. I'm not very branding is something that I've considered doing a bit more now with, but that's on my to-do list potentially to do more and make it a bit more of a solid. You're a pixel person now.
Yeah, I think for me, the art and the design is something that, for me, I'm looking at. I want to do better with. The aspect that I think has gone really well is the little Reaper avatar that we've created, who's been the little mascot of the side. I think he's cute. He's pretty nifty. Need to give him a name at some point. But as far as the visual, that's one thing that I need to work on. What I've tried focusing on more is, in terms of the presentation, my delivery, my style, what fits best. And really over the last few months, that's been where I've tried to focus. What types of games work well? What showtimes work well? Presentation style, energy, etc. And for me, the big thing, there's a couple of influences. One is giving that, I've mentioned that radio type of presentation that works well. I've had experience doing that. And so just going with a style that just fits that radio show, hanging out back and forth in the conversation with the audience, it works well. And the other thing too is people say, I have a lot of people that just say, look, I just enjoy lurking in your channel. I enjoy hanging out. Sometimes we chat, but the amount of times that people have said, yeah, I fell asleep to your voice last night. I'm like, awesome. I am the person where if you fall asleep watching my stream, I'm not going to be the least bit offended. In fact, I'm going to assume I'm doing my job right. And so going with that and just embracing that style and finding out, how the games and when I say how I interact, just to promote that, that's where my focus has been. Because for me, it works. And that's the thing. Branding, it ultimately comes down to, I feel, what works best for you and what represents your strengths creatively, presentationally, and your personality.
As for me, I know I'm not the first one to come up with a snowy, wintry, ice, cold weather kind of brand. And for me, I think the turtles really sets it apart, because there's as far as I know, there isn't another streamer out there who has snow plus turtles. So if there is, you guys feel free to let me know. But I think other than that, just the amount of energy I think that I usually have, even for long streams, is also what sets me apart, I feel. And I'm actually, I guess I dare say, consider this a part of my brand. I hadn't really thought about it, but the fact that I do and am known for long marathon streams, and that I think sets me apart as well. Just being able to do a lot of really long streams. In the past like 2.5 years, I've been a full-time streamer and streaming at this whole thing. I've done well over 20 24-hour streams, ranging from 24 to 36 hour, and usually they go really well. I haven't encountered one that I felt was not as great, etc. Like there's always been, I don't know, it's like a crazy party, and somehow I always keep that energy, and people have I guess kind of mentioned that to me. And every time I meet people that I don't quite know as well, they're like, oh yeah, you're the one who does the 24-hour streams all the time. And I'm just like, oh. So it's, I guess in a sense, that has become part of my brand, and I feel that does set me a bit apart. But yeah, that's something that I guess I didn't really think about before this question. Which is cool, because we are learning about ourselves as we talk about our own brands, which is cool.
See, if you went with bunnies, we'd maybe be making Energizer bunny jokes left and right.
There you go. There you go.
As it is, slow and steady wins the race. I don't know.
Wait, everybody's answered this question, right? Right? Okay, I just want to make sure. If I ever miss anybody, just like poke me or just butt in and like interrupt me, because I sometimes lose track. But so that said, then, if you can remember, how did you go about deciding on your brand? Was there a step-by-step process?
Which one?
Well, I guess overall, how did you go about doing it, and we will be discussing changes in branding a little bit later, so we can avoid focusing on that right now, but just going around and being like, what's the thought process as you sit down and you're like, I need to make a brand? Or hypothetically, on the flip side, if you were to make a brand new brand right now, pretend you don't have a brand right now, how would you go about doing it?
No pressure or anything. New question. I think you've got to really think about what your content and style of streaming is right now, but also the longevity of it. So if you make a focus on just Horizon Zero Dawn, in 2 years, is that going to be applicable to now? Is it still going to be the same? Is it going to have the same impact? So picking something like that, you need to really think about what you want to commit to, and what you would like to see to an extent. Like if you really enjoy hype, fun, emotes everywhere, but then you choose to do something really quiet and chill, are you going to like that? And are your community going to like that? Yes.
Yeah, for me, choosing my brand was sort of something that kind of flowed just a little bit naturally, because I've always had a passion for novels and TV and games surrounding medieval fantasy and high fantasy type environments. And I've joked about this before. It's actually Renaissance Fair season, which I'm really excited about because I'm going to be going to the Renaissance Fair. And when I was a kid, I wanted to work in the Renaissance Fair. I just wanted to live there. I wanted to be dressed up all day long and live at the Renaissance Fair. So when I was sitting down and deciding that I really wanted to create a stream and a community and build a brand off of that, I come from a long background of MMORPGs like EverQuest and Dark Age of Camelot, and I wanted something that I was going to just naturally be passionate about. And for me, that was high fantasy, medieval fantasy, knights, squires, castles, ladies and lords. So it was sort of easy to pick that as a brand, but it wasn't necessarily easy to set up the brand. It took a lot of like sitting down and deciding, are we knights and squires, or are we going to be some other form of fantasy? There was definitely a decision-making process in gold as the currency versus all kinds of things that could fit within that theme.
I feel like for me, Much like how the Pokemon series came into my life, just my branding also kind of came into my life. I just started to just go at it, just go all in. Let's just put everything Pokemon. And it also sort of brings like some sort of cheerful happiness. I like to bring out nice, vibrant colors when I sort of make my own branding. With like my avatar, for example, he's always smiling, doing the fist pump, ready to go, hype it up all day, and the coffee.
And the coffee.
And the coffee.
I love that mug, by the way, Pulse.
It's my favorite.
So good. Anyone else want to chip in? I guess I can go.
Codex.
Well, I guess I'll go. But for me, what I based off for my branding was the fact that before I started streaming, I snowboarded a lot. I still consider myself a snowboarder, but I don't do it as much as I used to because one, I'm a full-time streamer, so I don't necessarily have the time to as much as I used to. Two, it's expensive in the US. I actually picked up snowboarding when I lived in Japan, and as a result, it was a lot cheaper over there, by the way. It's a lot cheaper to snowboard and ski over there. But my love of before that I was always into colder weather. I was never really a fan of hot weather or summers or anything like that. And of course, falling in love with snowboarding as a hobby, as a passion, led to me wanting to use that as part of my branding as well. So that's where the snow part and the winter part comes from. And then the turtles, like I said, it just came out of nowhere. So, but for me, that's really about it. I mean, it helps that my username is Snowlit, and when you have a username that already kind of predetermines the kind of brand you would have, it does make it a little bit easier, I would say. But everything from there kind of fell naturally because, you know, snow, snowballs, winter, etc. So that's it for me.
I'd say for me, a lot of it was a whole, so we're going to get into the changes and the evolution. For me, the branding has been a result of the evolution, really just a, sequential, along every month or every experiment decision, what works well. I have, the presentation style, what sort of games work well. Okay, this, maybe that. What sort of energy level works well for me? Higher, middle, lower. What sort of games work well? Gears of War or Stardew. I've run the whole gamut in terms of games and styles, trying to figure out, okay, is there a particular, is there a particular genre of game? Is there a particular, style or theme? And then figure it out, okay, some things work, other things don't, all leading up to right now, where what seems to, I really go with what works well. And right now, that lower key focus presentation, high interaction, picking games and setting an environment where I can focus almost exclusively, well, not exclusively, but focus on my chat to the point where it may be detrimental to my gameplay, because that's my focus. And just figuring out which works. That's been the step-by-step is this works, this doesn't. Okay, eliminate the bad, go with the good. What's next in the chain?
And then Tash, last but not least. Step-by-step process, how'd you go about deciding?
Oh gosh. So I did have a brand change after I had already started streaming, and I'd been streaming a while, which we're going to talk about. And the way we kind of went for it was we had adjectives to describe, that's not a word, to describe what my stream is about at that point and where I want to go with it and what, my main content and focuses are. And we kind of went from there. So obviously relaxed, enjoyable, friendly content, but again, creative. So a lot of people tend to sort of do their own thing in the background as well. So keeping that in mind, keeping audio levels the same, trying to stream evenings, I'm panicking. And yeah, kind of what you want your focus to be, for a long time. But mine's middle ground enough that the circles, you can play games too and nobody questions it. So being able to have a brand that will apply to different styles of content almost, but you know what your main goals are, and you know what you are like as a broadcaster, and what you want to do with it.
Good points in general. So then moving on, has your brand changed in the time that you've been streaming? What are some reasons for changes in branding, or what are things that might influence shifts over time in a brand on Twitch?
Well, I can go because I had a big rebrand. So when I started, my name's Tashna because I'm a grown-up, and that's my pirate name, Natasha Tashnar, and I'm hilarious. So after a while, kind of wanted to move away from that, go for a bit of a stronger brand, a consistent brand, because I wasn't using it to its full potential, and it's something that a lot of people have used as well to be a pirate. So we moved on from that a little bit. I'm just reading the questions. Again, that's why I mentioned what might change over time. Do you want it to be a theme? You know, do you want to focus on pirate or anime or whatever for a long time? And I didn't really want to. I wanted to have something a little bit more to do with what we were feeling like rather than what we were. I don't know, it just seemed like an addition onto the stream, and it was just sort of there. So some reasons for changing and branding for me were to have a better focus on what I was doing rather than trying to add lots of extra, not necessary, nonsensical things for me. Yeah. I don't know. Anyone else change brands since?
How many times? Let's see. let me recount the ways. I'll let somebody else go first for right now. Unless
I think I can do this one. I've changed my branding quite a bit, actually. When I first came over to Twitch, I was basically like, anime, let's go anime, do everything anime, put anime on everything. Now I'm tired of anime. Let's do a more universal thing, like stars. Let's put stars everywhere. Happy me, just get artists to draw me different moods. Okay, I'm tired of me. Let's do Pokemon. I've gone all over the place with branding personally. What sort of influenced me though with this change of branding is just sort of the change of direction in channel. I think is one of the bigger influences in terms of branding for me mostly, and just what sort of defines me and my content mostly.
For me, I haven't had really a change in brand. I've had sort of like an evolution in brand where as my stream has grown and I've been able to devote more time to things and hire different artists and things like that, I've been able to really expand and evolve on my sort of original branding idea and plan. So, and I still don't really feel like I'm like completely solid in where I want to be as far as my overall brand and stream aesthetics and things like that, but I'm taking big steps in the right direction compared to when I first started. When I first started, it was all just very basic, you know, as far as the actual brand goes. There was the underlying theme, but we didn't have all the coinciding alerts and coinciding overlays and all of that. So as time and growth has allowed, those types of things have been evolving for me, but I haven't really had like a big shift in brand outside of that.
For me, the shifts in branding have come from a number of different reasons. And again, for most of like my time on Twitch, the focus, I wanted to give some, I wanted good, good artwork, good graphics, good presentation. But what I've mostly fixated on is, my style, the games, the community, and how those work together. Certainly over the last, about a year and a half? Actually, not quite a year and a half. of really focusing on doing things, starting with a variety cast on Twitch. That's been what I've tried to land. And so what's changed that? Games that I enjoy playing, for one. Every game that I've played has been something that I've been interested in streaming, but then I've gotten into it and I'm like, you know what? This actually isn't as interesting as I thought it would be. Or, you know what? Maybe I actually don't want to do this. One time was great, but I don't know if I want to continue doing this style of game or this particular game at all. What else? The way that the type of people that game attracted. Some games have different communities. What are the other communities like? Are some of them toxic? Are some of them more friendly? Others, it doesn't really matter. Are there games where I can see a difference in my own community? The people that tune into me regularly, are there styles of games that they gravitate towards, or ones that they just as soon pass up on? Definitely, the numbers game has been a thing. Looking at the viewers, looking at the concurrence, because the way that I've looked at that is trying to find that mix of what. Generally, I've assumed that if numbers are working, up or down, is a reflection of, is what I'm doing effective? Does this game match with my style? Is this a good fit for me and my community? And so largely, as I've jumped from doing, basically put, straight variety, doing everything, to MMOs, briefly, to now where it's more of the relaxed, brands that are now kind of a mix of RPGs or indie or strategy games along those lines, has been this focus on what do I like, what do I do well, what does my community like, what content do they enjoy and keep coming back for, and then what sort of communities am I entering into, the people that are going to discover me and my community from the content that I'm producing.
So that actually kind of made me think of another question that's not quite on the books, but like, how do you pinpoint if your branding is affecting your viewer count or affecting whether your community is growing? Is there a way to pinpoint that? This is a general question to everybody, because branding is, that first impression, right? Alongside your actual stream production. Do you think it could drive away people because you just don't have a compelling or appealing brand?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe not drive them away. I think a better way to put that would be it will not draw them in. What will drive people away is bad branding, bad personalities, bad communities. But that's very different from people who look at you and they say, not really that interested. Doesn't mean that you did anything bad per se, you're just not grabbing their attention.
I think that's what I was going to say as well. For me, it wouldn't necessarily, as long as it doesn't detract from the experience, then branding isn't something that I majorly focus on when I'm watching someone. If it's a theme, for example. Some people do themes really well, some people don't, and that's learning it. I think I think that comes into the production sort of value of it as well. What would more put me off if they're trying to force something but it's not quite working and they're not quite committed to it? Kind of do it or don't do it, for me.
I think one thing that's important about branding, especially when we talk about as broadcasters, like themes aside, content aside, what we talked about in the very beginning of defining brands is that it's also your identity and how you portray yourself online, just in general. And so I think that branding in the sense of content and outside of that is about playing to your strengths. So if you're in a brand and you're trying to brand yourself in a way that really doesn't play to your strengths, like, for example, if you're more of a chill, laid back person, but you're trying to do a super hype all the time, go type stream, it's not really going to come naturally. It's not going to feel natural. It's not going to look natural, and vice versa, however that may work for you. So I think that if you're not really playing to your strengths, it can be apparent to people, and that you may not necessarily be passionate about your brand, and that is apparent. It doesn't necessarily mean that like one brand is more attractive or appealing than another, but if it's not something that the caster is like visibly passionate about and really like embodying, then it's kind of noticeable to other people.
Right. I think that what Adder hit on there is that there is no one right style. And what I will say, because this is what I struggled with for the longest time, it's very easy to look at Twitch and see a particular style. Like an example is, that high energy, not quite frantic, but high energy, life of the party sort of presenters, and think, oh, well, that does really, really well. That's really, really popular. People talk about that a lot. They gravitate towards that. That's what I have to do. No, there are certain styles that I think you might find that might be more common. But just because something's more common, A, doesn't mean it's better. B, doesn't mean that other styles can't be successful. And that's what I had to learn, was realizing that, I don't have to be high energy, frantic, party going on the whole time in order to find success. And I've talked about, I am going to put out a name here, but an example of this for people who have tuned into him. Lethal Frag is a fantastic example of someone who is incredibly successful, very good, very consistent, but he is a very chill. I mean, he created the relaxation community. And there's a lot of other casters that go into that as well. But I feel like a lot of times people don't talk about that particular style. But it's there. And there's a lot of people. The reality is there's a lot of people that, want high energy and party and excitement. But there's plenty of others out there, obviously, that enjoy, for different reasons, they enjoy the lower key. They enjoy the relaxation. And sometimes, you might want one thing another night. You might want one thing another night. There's been times where I want to tune into those high energy, energetic people because I'd like that boost in energy. And there's other times where I just want to wind down, and tuning into a channel that delivers that style, I'm in. I'm sold. And I'll lurk and I'll love it the whole entire time.
Good points. Anything else to add? Keep going. Sorry, go.
No, I was just going to agree with the fact that sometimes picking what caster I'm going to watch is based a lot on my moods. There's times where I really want to just hang out in a chill stream, and there's other times that I want high energy, and I think that's important, is not feeling like you have to be one way or the other to be successful.
Yeah, anything else to add from anyone? I have a couple really good questions I want us to kind of address. We actually have one here from Spoonman54321. Can you guys talk a bit about how to keep your branding from turning you into just a character and not letting the brand take away from being a real person on stream? Some people really fall into a character and then it feels fake. I thought this was a really interesting question, because I think, as we all know, there are some streamers who create a persona, and that's part of their brand. So what do you guys think about that? How do you balance that line?
I mean, even with streamers that I know that I've seen that are characters, there's this sense of, there is an act, there is, there is a personality that they are imagining. But behind that is this focus on community, being genuine amidst being a character, and ultimately the sense of, the focus at the end of the day is the people in the channel and creating quality content. Even if you're doing something, crazy, like a cult master, or of Cthulhu, or a doge, or an imperial pilot, things like that, or a pirate. I mean, that is a common theme. People like that. But just because they're a persona doesn't mean they're
fake.
Right? Yes, I think a better word is genuine, because of course they're fake. This whole thing, is an act, but they're genuine, and that, I think, is the key thing. What ultimately, and I think what turns, for me at least, what turns me off isn't even necessarily whether someone's putting on a performance. To a degree, most anybody on Twitch is doing that. You are, aspects of your personality. Like if you're going on stage, for instance, and you're acting, you can be real, but you're also, you're louder, you're more pronounced, you're doing something that's different, you're interacting and doing things that you wouldn't necessarily do if you're having coffee with a friend. But that doesn't mean that you aren't being genuine in terms of your focus, why you're doing this, and the care that you have for your community. I think it's important and fairly easy to do to separate those two things. Putting on an act and being fake are separate, because you can put on an act and it can be very obvious that you really care about people, your community, and what you do.
I think I think to sort of touch on that, there's a distinct difference in, let's say, role playing and portraying a character, and like an actor or an actress would do, and like Snow said, we are performers. I mean, that's what Twitch broadcasters do. A lot of us talk about our personal lives, and we're open, at least I personally am open, and have a lot of candid and personal conversations on stream. But at the end of the day, I mean, we are entertainers, and some people choose to take that to a more direct approach of role playing and portraying characters. And there's a lot of fantastic examples of those people on Twitch that I thoroughly enjoy watching. But I think there's a big difference in portraying a character and role playing something, and just trying to portray yourself differently. So there's a really big difference there in trying to act like a person that you're not and knowingly portraying a character. And I think that that's kind of where that distinction for me lies. I really enjoy watching role play streams. I really enjoy watching people that do themes and portray characters. But if it's not within that distinction, I can see how maybe it may not come off as genuine if it's someone that's trying to act a way that they really aren't, that doesn't suit their personality.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge issue as long as you just go out there, be yourself. Some people might not necessarily say like, "Oh, you don't act this way when you're with me," and sort of like, I feel like we as casters, we put ourselves out there, but more at a 10 times out. We put ourselves out there 10 times more than we normally would. And that's not really fake, I would say. It's just, we put ourselves out there to make things more noticeable. So like, for example, with webcams, we'll be more expressive. With just putting out energy, we'll be like, let's go, just be really happy, But I wouldn't necessarily think it could just affect you too much. I don't think it'll change you as a person. It's just, again, you're just putting yourself out there a little bit more than you normally would, I would say.
I think the general thing is that viewers can tell when it's not as genuine.
Yeah.
And the good points have been made, yes, about somebody getting into a character and role playing, right? Like it's intended, versus somebody who might be they're trying to be someone they're not, but as a result in doing so, they're stepping outside of their comfort zone. Which when you see somebody step outside their comfort zone, you can tell. You can usually tell. And so trying to balance that line between how do you prevent yourself from coming off not genuine or coming off, as Spoonman put it, fake. Do you feel comfortable? Basically. And if you're not able to genuinely say, yes, I'm comfortable acting this way, then you may not want to go that route, right?
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yes, I would say that, of course, with the caveat that just because, you have to. My hesitation at comfort is because you have to keep in mind that sometimes you can do things that are uncomfortable because they're scary, but that doesn't mean they're bad. An example is, if you're going to portray a character, kind of going back to that, every person that I've listened to who portrays a character on Twitch says you need to fully commit to this. Okay, that can be a little bit scary. That can go beyond your comfort zone. And I do think there's a lot to be said, even if, you're not creating, a crazy character, you're just a more standard streamer like us. they're pushing your comfort zone and going beyond that is important for growth. But what you're hitting at there, and I think what you're hitting at there is this sense of maybe, is there a better way to phrase it? It's not simply whether you're comfortable doing it or not. That's a part of it. I think it also has to, and this is something that only the streamer or the content creator can answer, is what is your motivation for doing something? Are you trying to improve yourself and stretch your abilities? Or are you trying to cater to what you think might draw in people's attention? And basically the idea of, are you willing to, sell your soul? The difference between taking a risk and pushing yourself versus selling your soul for views. And that goes to your motivations. The only person who can answer that is you, and why you're trying to do this.
One final thought on that as well for me personally is that I am a very I'm a very energetic broadcaster, and I have a tendency to outburst and shout and yell and pretty energetic. But that is very different, I feel like, from my personality offline, and it's not an intentional thing. It's because to kind of touch on what Pulse was saying, it's sort of it's the way I act on stream, but it's not because I sit there and think about I need to act this way. I feel more comfortable on stream. I actually feel a lot more comfortable on stream socializing than I do with people in person. So for whatever reason, I'm capable of being
guilty as charged.
Yeah, this wild and weird and loud person behind this keyboard area that is my safety zone. But if I leave this and I'm at the grocery store and I run into somebody, it's not going to be that way. I'm very quiet in person, and I'm not as expressive, and I'm not as loud and talkative. But here, oh yeah, it's all the time energy.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I typed in chat, like, people always comment after they've met me at conventions or whatever, how I'm just the same. And to an extent that's true, but I kind of have the panic of, I need to entertain people. I'm very expressive again with you on that, Ada, but when I'm in a group of friends, I'm just sat there and I absorb the information, and I like to hear a lot of others. But obviously on stream, we have this thing where we have to talk all the time, and I feel a lot more comfortable because you have distractions in the form of games or creative, and real life doesn't always have that. You can't just sit there and whack out some pill beads. People look at you funny. You're like, can I not do that here? Or...
Is this not socially acceptable? Oh.
What do you mean?
So moving on then to this next question. It's kind of a combination of a viewer question as well as something that I thought of as we've been discussing. But Palika asked, is it hard to choose your brand or content without being influenced by all of these popular themes and games without, quote, selling your soul? It's better to follow yourself, but with all these distractions, it might be hard to choose the right way. So the idea of branding after something that's already kind of pre-established and isn't quite necessarily something you created yourself. Like, for example, branding yourself after a specific anime, or after everybody's doing cats and dogs, branding yourself after cats, like, what about stuff like that?
Well, I did the pirate thing, but that wasn't necessarily an idea of this person is doing pirate really well and they're a really popular stream. It was kind of just because of my name, really. And I forgot the question because I panicked. Influenced by politics. Yeah, I think it's important I mentioned the longevity of it. I mean, PulseFix does Pokemon, but Pokemon is pretty solid. It's going to be around a while, and people are going to enjoy it, and you're going to enjoy it for a while. You know that. But someone might not enjoy Horizon in a year.
There's a couple of things you have to be careful for, and Tash is hitting on something that I've heard people say well, but I don't think is said enough. You really want to be careful with the idea of tying in your brand. I'm not saying don't do this, I'm saying be careful. tying in your brand and your identity to a single game or a single concept. Because for one, I mean, most likely, unless we're talking one of the long established, big games out there, which would basically be a top 10 game, which if you're a new streamer, probably don't want to tie yourself to anyway, but that's a topic we've discussed before. The problem with tying yourself into a game is that you have no idea, number one, if the game is going to be successful. This is especially risky with a new game. With an established game, like say we'll just put out World of Warcraft there. If you tie yourself into that, it's probably going to be around for a while. You're probably fine. The brand's probably going to be there. But with a new game or an indie game, oof, it's highly risky. I almost made that mistake as a streamer. Like before I even did things with Variety, I almost made the mistake of tying myself into, in fact, I was making the mistake of tying myself into a specific indie game that really didn't get off the ground. Thankfully, I backed away from that, saying, you know what, I want to do something else, and I hadn't committed to that, but that's the danger. The other thing, too, is that if you tie yourself into a game or a particular theme that you haven't tried before, you don't know if you're going to enjoy doing it. You could commit to World of Warcraft, the game's going to be there probably as long as you're streaming, but you might get sick and tired of it and absolutely hate yourself and your stream every time you click go live. Well, then what do? So now there are people that can commit to a single game, but you have to know that you can do that. You have to know you can commit to this. So that's the danger is, there are a lot of reasons why it can work. It can work to tie yourself into something else, but there are a lot of risks that for me, I certainly wouldn't recommend it for a new streamer, tying yourself into something outside of you. Outside of your own power that you can't control. The more control you give to something else, a game, a design, that's something else that you could control if you approached it differently. Because at that point, if your success is tied into a different game, then the temptation will be incredibly real to sell yourself out to that, rather than saying, all right, I'm going to change my content based on what I want to create as a streamer.
Very good points.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't muted.
Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? We do have a lot of questions we still need to get through before our break as well. But moving on then, we have a couple questions and then let's see. Well, first off, we'll address these couple branding questions from the audience and then move on to the last couple questions on the official question list. But this is from Vlad the Rad. Speaking of identity and personality, any thoughts on non-native English speakers trying to stream in English? Is that a compelling way to lead your stream branding-wise?
Sorry, what was the question?
Any thoughts on non-native English speakers trying to stream in English? Basically overcoming a language barrier as part of your branding and way to move your content as a streamer.
If you speak English fluently, I see no problem. For me, that's not a branding issue. That's a communications issue, personally. Others might see that differently, but my thought is, if can you speak it well? Can you interact with an English only chat? And can the communication work? I actually no problem with that. But if you struggle with English, then that's where the risk is. It comes down to your comfort with the language. And that doesn't just apply for English, by the way. That applies to, there's plenty of other languages that people stream on in Twitch. And that's the big thing. Can the communication work both ways? If it can, I say go for it.
Awesome. Anything to add to that, anyone?
I've actually heard stories of people who actually use streaming in English as a way to actually learn the language a little bit better. It helped them speak a little bit more fluently, and they still had the accent, but it very much helped them speaking English. So I think it could actually help. Honestly, I don't see any negativities about it, unless you're very just not super fluent in the language. It depends mostly.
Yeah. Okay. Then moving on. This is from Tifridge Master. What is everyone's opinion on really niche brandings? And I know he's actually here in chat still. He might need to clarify what he means by really niche brandings. Really like on the fringe brands. I don't know. He might have to clarify. But if you have initial thoughts on this, it's kind of.
I think you can kind of end up being pigeonholed a little bit. I personally wouldn't do it because you then have to commit to it like long term. And if you built a community on a certain brand and on this identity, and then you don't feel comfortable with it anymore, you want to change it, then you're gonna face more difficulties than if it's a little bit more open, I guess. I don't know. What do you think? I'm trying to think. I know there's a broadcaster that has a very specific persona and play style and was focused on H1Z1. And then when he's trying to extend a little bit more into other games, it's not playing as well. And people are kind of noticing that when he's trying to take that persona to other things. And it's
So if Rich is saying niches in like Cerno TV, excessive profanity, I haven't tuned into those streamers, so I don't know what specifically Fridge is referring to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I get the question.
Yeah.
I think what I'm getting from it is niches in something that a lot of people aren't doing. A very unusual style or presentation or game is kind of Fridge Master. You were in the chat, so correct me if I'm misunderstanding. But when I hear the question, I think, okay, do you go for a brand that is tried and true, or do you experiment with something that has never or rarely been done, and which is recommended? Honestly, it comes down to, can you commit to the theme and does it fit your strengths? Like what every character streamer that I've listened to or talked to has said, it requires 100% commitment. Anything less, and it doesn't have a chance of working. So that's what I would say, is whatever it comes up with. I think for something that has not been tried before, with a style that has been tried, you can at least see, courtesy of what other streamers before you have done, you can see a roadmap that has success, something that has worked. You can see trends, you can see ideas and approaches and take their example. With something that's never been done, you're being a trailblazer, and you might have something that works. At some point, every person that has done something different, like the streamers you mentioned, no one did it before, they tried it, they found success. But you have to have a plan. How is this going to work? What is my strategy for bringing people in? Because if you don't have that, and if you don't know right from the get-go at the very least, what your first iteration is going to be. I have a feeling we'll talk about evolution and changes further on. But if you don't have a very strong grasp, a very strong vision of what you want and how you're going to get there, there's more risk involved that you really have to take into account. I wouldn't say don't do it. I would say think very carefully before you commit to that.
Very good points. Anything else to add as we move on, before we move on? No, we're good? Okay, so moving on to the next kind of official question on the list. What about having a brand that might be too similar to another broadcaster's? What advice do you have to avoid anyone possibly pointing fingers at you for, quote, copying their brand?
I don't think it's...
Well, no, go ahead, keep going, sorry.
I was gonna say, I don't think it's a bad thing to take inspiration from someone at all. Like, not at all. If something works, somebody else is probably gonna use it, and you can't really stop them, honestly. But I think to sort of find your own identity, you kind of have to go through other identities, see what works for you, do a little bit of experimentation, and I think a good place to start is definitely to try something similar to another broadcaster. Definitely.
I mean, the thing I think for another streamer to make an accusation of, oh, you're copying me, I think to a degree, if they were really going to be honest with themselves, somebody else could make the exact same accusation of them. because they likely copied from somebody, or there's inspirations from, you know, one person or the other. Where I think you're going to have concerns about basically plagiarism is what you're referring to, in a sense. Copying plagiarism is when you start copying mannerisms, phrases, you know, things that you actually do, not just your style, not just the games that you pick, but where you look at where you study. For instance, you study the words and phrases that a big streamer uses, and then you copy those verbatim.
Yeah.
Not only could people make that accusation, it probably isn't natural to you in the first place. Spoofy's talking about, you know, don't copy art assets in the chat. Very valid. I do think it never, ever, ever, ever copy art. Never. It's a big no-no. But in terms of your personality in the presentation, taking inspiration, seeing what works. I mean, if something works, take inspiration from that, or go, you know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel that another streamer has already created, but you don't need to copy them and try to be their shadow. That's the difference that I think is important.
I think a lot of people, viewers can tell, like people that come into the stream can sort of tell. Again, we're touching on being yourself versus being a persona. And if you kind of trying to fit yourself into someone's successful model, the successful idea of what is the roadmap of Twitch, it's not going to work the same for everyone. It's not going to work. You know, if I tried to act like Snowy, she's so hype, and I'm like, I can have a nap, or like being awake 5 hours. That's pretty long. And I think it's, again, being true to yourself. It's all well and good taking inspiration, that's fine, but definitely, as we've mentioned, try different things out. If you're not comfortable with a certain style, don't worry too much about changing it, especially as you're starting out, or even if you're a bigger pro, because if it's not working, try something new.
Mm-hmm. And one practical thing that I would say you can do to counter, you know, if you're worried about, you know, if you watch a streamer for so long, and Vlad the Rad's kind of referencing this in chat, watching somebody so long that you just, you know, subconsciously start doing what they do. Watch multiple streamers. Take inspiration from multiple sources, from a variety of different, you know, ranges or successes. I mean, that's kind of the best way, is to follow multiple people. Say, okay, this person has found success this way. What can I take from that? What can I take from this person? What can I take from that person? And that is a very practical way, number one, of seeing different roads to success. You know, different people do different things. Maybe I can, you know, as opposed to seeing one person as the roadmap to success, oh, there's all these other options. But then you'll also be getting influences from different people. So that fear of just, you know, suddenly becoming their shadow is made less.
Some really good points made as well from what I'm noticing in chat as we read through it. Like there is definitely a fine line between drawing inspiration and straight up just copying. I've actually had another partnered streamer copy my emote, Snowy Hype, before. They took it and they changed the colors and uploaded it. And we had to get a DMCA claim filed to take down that emote. And she refused to. We asked her, you know, take it down. And she said, no, I'm going to keep it. And so we were like, okay. And we had to file a DMCA claim against her account. And she now has a strike on her account from Twitch, which, if you guys don't know, Twitch does put strikes against partners, and if you hit 3, you're permabanned. So be careful about that. So I would say, you know, there's definitely a fine line. Like, don't straight up just steal or copy. That's not cool. Okay, emphasize that. Don't do it. It makes you look terrible. Okay, and if the artists you're commissioning, for instance, for some of your brand assets, are straight up copying, with or without your knowledge. I mean, if somebody approaches you and is like, hey, you know, it looks like one of your emotes or one of your something is you know, similar to this that I have already, that I've had for a long time, for the past 2 years or something, look into it. You know, don't just immediately get defensive and be like, no, because if a DMCA claim gets filed on your account, that's not good. It's not going to reflect well on you. So just a word of advice. Okay, there are some amazing emotes out there, tons of artists. Make sure to investigate, do your research, and just don't copy. That's all I gotta say about
Right.
that.
No
Right.
copy.
Especially if
Inspiration.
you have aspirations of being successful. Let me put it this way: don't do stupid. This, the streamer that Snowy's talking about, I'll call it out there. That was a stupid decision. You don't want the flag like that on your channel. There is nothing that is worth going the length where you could risk, or you think you could risk, getting a DMCA and a flag on your channel. Nothing. Let's nip this discussion in the bud. There is never, ever any decision, be that art, be that, I mean, you can't really copyright presentation style, but whatever it would do, never a reason. Don't go there. Nothing is worth that.
Just some good points to make there. Anything else to add before we move on? So we have one more question here on the official list about branding, and then we have one other question that kind of came up that I was thinking about as we were discussing, and then that wraps it up for branding. So for next up, how important do you feel it is to have a brand? Do you think it's necessary for success on Twitch?
Yes. That's my short answer. The bigger answer is yes, but it doesn't have to be a huge ordeal. It can start out as something as simple as I play a particular game or I play a particular style. Pick here's an example, where the high energy, low energy, pick one, go with it, advertise that, and then bring that out. Over time, as you do things in streaming, you'll likely find ways to adjust or change or add to it. So yes, it's important, but I think you should give yourself the freedom to let it grow and expand and evolve over time.
Yeah, brand is important because you do need to have a point of reference. And again, even if it's just the same social media kind of thing, it doesn't have to be a theme. It's a brand. And it's kind of encompassing just the looks and what you might be about, but it doesn't have to be the whole shebang. It doesn't have to be like, I'm a cat and that is my persona.
Yeah, it's kind of like we talked about earlier, that your brand can literally just be your identity, whatever that may be. It doesn't necessarily have to be a character or a theme or anything specific like that. But what is useful from a marketing and business perspective regarding a brand is identity. So when you think about building a brand and you talk about building a brand, I do think that brands are very important. And in the sense of, if somebody thinks of, something that they want to watch, are you tied to that type thing? So for example, if somebody were sitting around thinking about, I really want to watch a medieval fantasy streamer, are they going to think, hey, I know there's a Keep out there with Lady Adarissa, something like that. Like, you want your brand to have identity. You want it to be recognizable. So that's the importance of having that, is that if people think Pokemon, they think of Pulse. If people think Perlers, they think of Tashnart, so that's kind of like the importance of having that brand and that recognition.
Definitely really good points. Anything else to add?
I think it's good to sort of start simple. Like even if it's just like a little square box that just says Twitter, Facebook, go here for pictures on my Instagram, then you might be a little bit ahead of the game, even if it's from like a lot of other streamers that are just starting off. You don't have to just go out there, pay $1 million to have like your entire face plastered all over your profile. Start off simple, let your brand find you, and then put that out there and let people know who you are.
Very good points. Very good points. Anything else to add before we move on? So I had this one thing I was thinking about. Like, this actually happened when Adder was talking about it, about her whole branding in general, about the Knights of the Keep. And I was like, how do you go about deciding what to call your community? Like a collective name for your community, because that is part of branding. And I mean, I'll give an example. I mean, my followers are snowflakes, and my sub community are the Snow Army. And
Yeah,
honestly, okay, sorry, go.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say, like, the Snow Army is random because people have asked me, like, why the Snow Army? Why don't you call them like the Blizzard or the Snowstorm, right? And I was like, I don't know. I just thought, you know, an entire army of snowmen would be amazing, and snowwomen, right? And then so, and I was wondering, how did you guys go about getting to your collective community name?
Well, I don't have one because I don't have one. We for a while, people have suggested like the pixels and stuff, but I'm just like, oh my gosh, rather than I don't know. I don't want to necessarily put people in a box. I don't know. For me, I'm really indecisive, and so I haven't decided that it's going to happen, and so it hasn't happened. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, well, it's not happening. It's fine.
I don't think it's too late though, is it?
No, it's not. It's never too late. But then, what if I change my mind?
Well,
What if
Luna
everyone
Spectrum's
hates it?
asking, what if you want to change your community name? So there's a lot that could happen.
You have to think about it. And I know, personally, I know Perla broadcasters that have moved away from Perla, and then they have all this, you know, branding and point system, and all of that has to change as well. And I just like you guys. Thanks. Just come in and join me. I'm like, yeah.
And
all right.
Adam wanted to
Leprechaun
say
said,
something. Oh, sorry.
we're all
go.
just nerds.
We
So
are.
that's fine. We're just nerds.
It was hard for me to pick the names and stuff because I touched on that a little bit earlier, that I knew I wanted a medieval fantasy, high fantasy theme, but I didn't know how to break that down. Like, were we going to be an army? Were we going to be individual knights and squires? Were there going to be peasants? Were there going to be other lords and ladies? Like, I actually literally sat down with my husband, who goes by the name Lord Redbird, and I sat down with him, and we like wrote down like different like rank structures and nobility structures and all these things that fit in like different fantasy themes. I thought about including like dragons and wizards and mages, and I wanted something that was sort of more all-encompassing, and I didn't want anything that was demeaning to anyone. So some people like the joke about peasants and things like that, but I didn't want there to be this like stigma of like subscribers being knights and then everybody else being peasants. Like, that just felt like it had such a negative connotation to me. So I worked really, like, sat down and brainstormed, like, what can we call everyone collectively in our community so that it's not like, oh, we have, you know, the knights up here and then look at all the little townsfolk. So
Yeah.
so squires was perfect, right? Because squires are aspiring knights and they're still super helpful and part of the community and part of things. So we have squires and knights, and collectively we just went with the keep instead of doing, like, I thought about doing army or something like that, but I decided to just sort of like collectively call us a keep. That way, if you personally identify as more of an artisan or, you know, a village trader or maybe, you know, something like that, and you don't want to be a squire, you could be the lore master, who knows? You can just be part of the keep.
I love that. Paul, or Tash?
Yeah, for me personally, I feel like I haven't stuck the name out there too much, but anybody who's part of my Discord, it'll read Pulse Effects Senpai Squad. And that sort of came from my original username, actually. For those that don't know, I actually didn't originally start streaming on Twitch. I actually started streaming from a different website, and I completely went from the username Senpai Please over to Pulse Effects. And so,
But senpai, please. That's a nice ring to it.
But senpai, how did I never know this about you?
long story.
Why did Ven never divulge this information?
I used to just get really confused whenever he'd reference Pulse as senpai. I'm like, who the hell's senpai?
But even though I sort of abandoned the username, then kind of really pushed it, honestly, and everybody started just as they came on the stream, more and more people are like, senpai, just call me senpai instead of Pulse. And I'm like, all right, you know what? I like Pokemon. Squirtle's awesome. Squirtle Squad. Senpai Squad.
I love that. That's awesome.
For me, I'm Codex Reaper. My followers are the Reapers. It doesn't get much more philosophically complex than that.
I love it though.
It's like, okay, there we go. That was easy.
So I know Tash says she doesn't have a collective name for what she calls her community. Have you? If you were to make one now, any ideas for what you would call your community collectively?
I'm getting some suggestions in chat, and one from Codex, which is not appropriate to say out loud.
You're welcome.
I don't know. We've played around with the idea of pixels, squares, but I don't know. I'm not very. I forget. I forget taglines. I feel like I'd forget to say it, and I'm just like, cheers. Do you want a cup of tea? I don't know. I'm not very. Yeah. Honestly, if I had to think of one right now, I'd panic like this, and then I'd be like, I'll do it later. Put it on my to-do list.
Fair enough. If you do come up with one, we would love to hear later down
Send
the
me
road.
suggestions. Let's go.
There you go. So we're moving along now to you and your stream content. So we talked about branding just now. That wraps it up for branding. And now we're going to go to actual stream content. And so most streamers probably end up choosing to stream video games. But with the addition of non-gaming directories on Twitch, streamers now have the option to stream content outside of gaming. For streamers who do choose to stream primarily video games, and we'll get later to people who do a combination of both gaming and non-gaming, but for now, primarily video games, what is some basic advice you have for choosing which games to stream?
As a speedrunner, I have to let that game choose me, basically. I need to go watch as many speedrunners as I can until I'm finally like, wow, that's pretty cool. I want to do that too, honestly. And that's sort of how I've kind of let the game find me and make that my primary focus for the most part. And it's sort of shifted over with other games as well. Like, for example, now I'm not only doing Pokemon, but I'm also doing Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda, and it just sort of comes to me.
I think the recommendation I would make would be, this was I mean, I have no idea how good, how helpful this is, but the theory that I went with was, in any game I want to stream, and this would be specific to, I think, variety casters. I think speedrunners or other content is a bit different, but if you're looking at variety, consider the game, look at it. If your stream would have a good chance of appearing in the top 10 channels, probably worth looking at that. Or if you think you could realistically get to that level, and have visibility. If not, probably less worthwhile, because again, when you're starting out, the big thing you're looking at is numbers. If you don't have people that who will support you from the get-go, you got to start building your community organically from the ground up, and that's how you need to look at it. And we've talked this before, but I'll just throw this out there again. The top 10 games on Twitch, don't bother, unless the only exception is, unless you have made the decision for whatever reason that you're going to commit to a game, and it happens to be one of those, which I wouldn't recommend in the first place, but that's the only exception I would make to that rule. Otherwise, ignore them. And I do feel that's important to say, because I still see a lot of streamers that are new, that are trying to get growth, that keep going to those games. They keep going to WoW. They keep going to Hearthstone. I've been guilty of doing things on WoW. Tried that, it didn't work. League of Legends, CSGO. They do not work. I have not heard of an example where a new streamer going into those games has realistically found success, certainly not recently. And I've heard almost every other streamer, partner streamer that I've talked to say, don't do those games. Just ignore them. You will not find growth in those.
I think it's a tricky line to walk, right? Because my initial instinct on that is to advise people, and the advice that I take for myself is to play what you're passionate about. And if you're passionate about CS:GO, or you're passionate about WoW or something like that, Codex is right. They are very saturated communities. So it's going to be hard to sort of like get your roots in something like that. And you also, I think the other danger there, at least for me personally, the danger with, we kind of touched on this earlier, of sticking to one game or something like that, is that in a year you may not like that. And if you've built your entire identity around that game, and you've built your community around that game, and all of a sudden you decide that you're so sick of CS:GO, you just literally can't play it one more time, you're gonna have to grow all over again. A portion of that community may follow you over to where you go, but they may not. And I've seen other casters really, really struggle with that they built a brand and a community on, let's say, Hearthstone or League or something, and when they decided it wasn't for them anymore, it was a huge undertaking where they basically almost had to rebuild from the ground up. And for me personally, that's why I decided from the very beginning of my stream that I was always going to be a variety broadcaster. I always intended on being a variety broadcaster, because I never wanted to be in a position where I had to start from scratch because the game that I loved started feeling too much like a job and not something that I wanted to do, but something that I had to do. So I think it's important to play the games that you're passionate about. And I'm going to sound like a broken record when I talk about that, because I really feel like communities can sense passion in people, and they can tell that you're doing what you love. And if you're playing something because you feel like you need to play it for growth and not because you want to play it, it's visible. If you're going to play something that's less known, indie games, titles that aren't going to have, there's that sweet spot between like oversaturation and indie titles that don't have, enough coverage. And if you're going to play something in the not enough coverage part, really utilize social media marketing. Reach out to developers and things like that to try and still find growth within those sort of like smaller covered game markets.
And if I can jump in here, because Alec just made an excellent point in the chat. The comment is, I know a streamer that went from variety to CS:GO. The community change made the stream unwatchable. That is a huge deal. In addition to the exposure problems that you will have as a new caster trying for some of those top tier games, those games are notorious for toxic chats. Even if you found success and crafted a path to success somehow in those environments, the communities by and large are awful. So that's the thing you need to ask, is if you're looking at those games, even if you love the games, even if you love League of Legends or Hearthstone or Warcraft, is that really the community that you want to be associated with? Is that really the types of viewers that you want to have, that you want to deal with on a day-to-day basis? And I mean, for all of us here, and I think we can speak for plenty of others, no. Not at all. And on that basis alone, I'm probably going to avoid doing those games ever, because I don't want to deal with that. And that also, unfortunately, there are also smaller games that have toxic communities. It isn't just those top 10. And that's what you pay. If you're thinking about a game, look, and if there's other streams that do that game, look at them. Look at what the chat is in those channels. Talk to other streamers that have been involved in that before. There's a couple of games that I like, games that would fit with my style, that I'm going to avoid, because I've heard other streamers say, hey, the community in that, don't even try it.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind is that even if you enjoy playing the game itself, but it has a bad reputation directory-wise on Twitch, you can still enjoy the game off stream. And that's kind of what I do with Heroes of the Storm. And in the past, League of Legends, when I used to play it. I have streamed both games a couple times here and there, but generally I avoid actually streaming it because, the point made where you go from like variety to one specific game, it can definitely change everything. And like for me, it wasn't anything lasting, of course. It's usually when I do stream something like Heroes of the Storm, it's like a random no webcam day kind of deal. And generally, I've noticed when I do something like that, that's something that's a game that's completely removed from my usual content. The amount of chat activity declines drastically. The amount of viewers declines drastically, and it's just, yeah, there are still people who will come by and say hey, but they won't stay because they know that's not the type of game they want to watch, etc. So you do have to keep that in mind. It's a very, very interesting topic because we always do, people always talk about going from a specific game to variety and how much of a plunge you take doing that when you build up a base in one game. The flip side is true. If you go from variety to one specific game, you might drive your existing viewership away as well, and that's something to keep in mind.
One other thing that I wanted to touch on regarding that topic and sort of like just another thing to consider when selecting content outside of like who you're going to bring in with that content, ask yourself the question, would I sit down and watch this? Because I've had games that I personally have loved and enjoyed, but really didn't work well for streaming. And it wasn't because there was a toxic community or anything, or slow growth or anything like that. It just really wasn't a streamable game, and that can happen. The example that I'll give here is I am a huge fan of the Fallout series. It's my favorite game series of all time, and I really wanted to stream Fallout Tactics, but it was a terrible game to stream. Like, I loved it and it was so much fun, but it was like 8 hours of strategy and tactics and then like 2 seconds of like maybe funny dialogue. And I wouldn't watch that. I mean, I wouldn't, I would play it, and I do play it and I do like it, but I probably wouldn't go watch that. There just wasn't enough happening. There wasn't, it just wasn't the right game to stream. And that can happen sometimes,
I think going into that, watching your own past broadcasts, like going and seeing if you enjoy what's going on, and that, I know it's not really what we're talking about, but that's a really good way to improve and see if that's working for you. And if you were a new person coming into that, how would you feel in that instance? So I think very good point. I don't play games often, but when I do, I make bad choices.
Oh, Dad.
But I enjoy it a lot.
I would also say that maybe try to think if you can make that game work for you, because like Adarissa said, streaming a tactical game like that might not work for everybody, but there are personalities out there that can really, really bring out that sort of game. So like you could do sort of like maybe like a play-by-play commentary, just see what sort of clashes together within yourself and within that directory. Or you could also try, if you don't really want to stick to one game, I would also say there's genre stream, which sort of works hand in hand, because you are going from like, for example, with Snow, she does a lot of open world story-driven games, things like Fallout, Skyrim, and those sort of work together, sort of like a combined directory in a way, because if people are going to like one of those games, chances are they're probably going to like them all, most likely.
Very good points. We actually have a couple questions here, which I'm kind of going to combine. But the idea of how much do you allow your community to influence your content, but at the same time in a way that keeps your growth stable and within, the bounds that you want as far as your content, your branding, like how much control do you relinquish basically to your community in terms of deciding your content? And how do you balance something like that?
For me personally, I'm a very, very indecisive person when it comes to kind of knowing what I want to do and play. And so I'll ask the community, what would you guys like? And a lot of the time, they never really give me a clear answer. So I sort of have to just sort of wiggle around, see what kind of works in that sort of sense. Like for example, I played Pokemon Fire Red for maybe 6 months, maybe more, close to a year. And eventually I'm just like, are you guys tired of this as I am? I think we should move on. And sometimes you'll get a huge amount of yeses. A lot of the times as well, you'll get sometimes a no, but you gotta kind of feel the vibe that your community is giving out, because sometimes when you focus a little bit too hard on the game, not even saying that like you necessarily know you're tired of it, sometimes you get burned out without knowing, and so you kind of have to just get that sign from either within yourself, or you have to have an outside source tell you, which can be that community. And so I basically sort of shape it around a little bit. What'll give this vibe? What won't give this vibe? Will this work in my favor? And how does this not work in favor, even though it's kind of the same thing? Like, I hope I'm sort of explaining.
Mhm.
But
No, it makes sense. It does.
Makes sense.
Don't
Mhm.
worry. Yeah, definitely. It's like feeling the vibe of the room and what sort of. So I don't do games as much, but we might not enjoy the same creative as we want to do. We might want to do cross stitch one day, and we might want to do something really big and difficult another day. And so, feeling the vibe of like how chill everyone is, or if they're hyped for Fire Red, and then you have to play the Bulbasaur run, then that's.
So
I think it's
worth.
important, but I think it's important to know what you want to do, and so it's not putting too much pressure on the community, because a lot of like our communities especially are here more for us than what we're playing that day, I'd say. A lot of the times it's kind of like, yeah, well, I'd be here anyway, so do what you want. I'm like, oh, right, okay then, I'll do what I want.
I think one, looking at, if we're talking about kind of pragmatic solutions, one thing you can do, this is actually what I did recently, was I put up a poll and I picked 3 games that I was interested in potentially putting up on the stream. Stardew Valley, Elite Dangerous, and I believe the other one I put up was the Age of Empires HD collection. Admittedly, I knew which one was going to win. We all did when we looked at the poll. Stardew went out. But that was a situation where I'm like, okay, if any of these games win, or if at least any of them, in theory, if any of them won, I'd be happy streaming this. What I'm doing there is I'm maintaining control, picking games that fit with my style, my content, what I want to do. But I'm bounding the choices, but then I'm giving my audience the option to pick within that. So that's kind of one example of a way to have both, giving your audience a choice, but also ensuring that whatever they end up going with is something you're happy doing.
Yeah, when we've done them in the past, that's what I've done.
Mm-hmm.
Very good points. This kind of leads me to a couple questions from a couple viewers here, which is kind of related, but from Aura Blaze and Uncle Stan Ban, I'm going to kind of combine their questions, where the importance of like focusing on content or games that you have fun with, but at the same time that your community will have fun with, and what happens when the community doesn't quite enjoy it, but you really enjoy it, and how do you get them or influence them to enjoy what you're trying to bring to your channel? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think that there's a balance there. So in the same way that like the topic we were just talking about, if the community wants to see something, make sure that whatever it is they're voting on or selecting is still something you're going to want to play. I mean, you don't want to just like give a ton of options and not enjoy any of them. You want to have that boundary. So it's about compromise, and it's about, finding things that you and your community love, but still setting that boundary. So regarding streaming things that like maybe I necessarily really enjoy, but didn't seem to do very well for the community. I have had a little bit of experience with that, especially in some of the much older RPGs that I've played that don't, they don't have new current or newer releases and things like that, where I've really enjoyed a game, but it just didn't really seem to work well for everyone. I think that you can try and sort of like hype it up with maybe like having bets or polls running like during the stream to try and get people interested in the lore behind it, or certain fights, certain tactics that might be used and things like that. But there's also games that, like I talked about, that I've had to set aside and just say, okay, I'm going to play this on my own time because I really like it, but it's just not really working. And there's some games that I kind of would prefer to do that with anyway, because I want to play them a little bit differently than I would on stream. I definitely game differently when I'm alone and by myself. Not all the time, but in a lot of ways than the way I do sometimes on stream. So there are some games that I would personally just kind of prefer to play intimately by myself. And I usually try and make those the ones that aren't really working out anyway from a community perspective.
I say one other way you could possibly do that as well is sort of set an expectation. And by that, I mean, set a specific day. So let's say I'm primarily a speedrunner, but set a specific day. Like, let's say if you wanted to randomly go out of your way and play like a RPG or something, set a specific day you would do like variety or something, and sort of set it as an expectation on a specific day. So people who are interested in that will come then. If you're not interested, if you are interested in it, they'll come then. If they're not interested, they'll come other times. And you might be surprised.
Very good points. Anything else to add? No, we're good. So, hopefully that does answer that. Wait, does somebody want to say something?
Nope.
No? Okay, I was going to say, what? All right,
good.
so we are implementing something brand new with this month's podcast, by the way. Those of you that have tuned in to previous episodes will realize we never really took breaks midway through. And, 2 to 3 hour podcasts can be kind of, just kind of draining almost.
A lot of liquid.
Yeah, so as a result, starting with tonight, we actually have a 5-minute break that we're going to take, and we'll switch scenes here so you won't hear any of us or anything like that, but there'll be a timer so you guys can stare at a really cool BRB screen that I made, so feel free to check it out here in a bit. But we will be back, and we're going to continue the discussion in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, but those of you hanging out, feel free to get up yourselves, get a drink, get a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you see fit, and then come back in 5 minutes for us to continue the discussions. So here we go. We're going to take that break, and we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. I think we're back then. Thank you guys for hanging out and sticking around and taking a break with us. But the discussions are gonna resume now. And wasn't that a pretty cool BRB screen? I like it.
I like it a lot.
Looks great.
It's good. Here we
Deliverer of puns.
go. Deliverer of puns. Pulse really is though. So, as we left off, let's see, we're going to resume just about where we left off. So, like I said, we are in the middle of talking about content and choosing content for one's own stream. So, let me see where we are on the question list. Here we go. Do you have any experience in sticking to primarily one game on stream versus going a variety of games at any one time? What about sticking to one game until you finish it and then moving on to another? Have you found that makes any difference in growth?
I can chime in. I used to be primarily Skyrim and just always playing Skyrim. And it did definitely have an impact on growth because it's not like a AAA game, it's not the top of the listing, but people still want to see it and see different playstyles. So sticking to something which has a lot of variation in the style is really good, I think. But when you move to variety, as long as you stay in similar genre, a lot of people are going to still be engaged and still be interested in what's happening because they might come in for a new game and then stay for you. But I generally will, like, if I'm playing a game, I'm finishing that game. So people don't feel like they've lost part of the story, I guess.
I'm personally a completionist, so it's hard for me not to finish a game, which in that regard has actually worked in my detriment a time or two because I am so OCD about and obsessive about exploring every little thing and killing every little mob and stuff like that sometimes playthroughs can be a little drawn out, and I've occasionally gotten feedback of people, like, all right, lady, when are we getting to the next one? Come on.
Yep.
It's been like 6 months of this. When are you gonna finish this game? So there's that side of it too, right? Like, I will finish it, but it might take a while. There have been very few games that I have not finished, and there were reasons why I didn't finish them, primarily being that, one, it didn't work for the stream, which we talked about, and I played it offline, and that was no complaints there, really, because it wasn't something people were enjoying anyway. Or two, because I just personally didn't like the game, and I couldn't get into it enough to finish it. I didn't like it enough to finish it, and I just really don't feel like it works if you're trying to pigeonhole yourself into really finishing a game that you clearly don't enjoy. So there have been some that I sort of just said, okay, I'm not going to finish this game. It's just not really my thing. But I do think that personally, especially with someone like myself that focuses on lore and completing all the missions and talking to all the NPCs and stuff like that, that playing through a whole series or a whole game is beneficial for me.
Yeah. Anyone else have anything to chime in for that? I mean, I can chip in a bit too. For me, my gaming content has changed quite a bit over the years. I actually used to stream exclusively one game for the first 8 months of my currently 2-year, 4-month career, and then I switched to variety, and it was, as you would expect, massive drop in viewership, and like I still had a core community that still came by, and they accepted the content shift, but a lot of my old viewership initially was only there for that one game. But it took a lot of time, and I rebuilt back up, and we're back up to my old numbers. But then since going variety, I've tended to kind of, initially it was a play whatever I feel like playing that I haven't played yet kind of deal. And over time, I've kind of sort of gravitated towards games that are in the genre of action/adventure RPGs. Just anything that's really full of a lot of content, usually a lot of single player stuff, and a lot of just side quests, open world exploration, and just story driven lore stuff. And that's just kind of been my cup of tea that I really thoroughly enjoy at least for the last year or so, I would say. But it has, for me, I tend to have that whole habit of playing through a game and focusing on it for the most part for like 2 to 3 months before moving on to the next game, because I like to do first playthroughs, right, and finishing a game, and at least doing at least 1 or 2 playthroughs. And the points about, when are we going to finish this that Adder mentioned, that the community has given, it's kind of like I've gotten that too. I did 2 full playthroughs of Fallout 4, over the course of the summer last year. And I did The Witcher 3 for what feels like it was forever. And I think that was like 3 to 4 months of The Witcher 3. And so it does, you do have to kind of balance it out. For me, I guess trying to find that balance between doing what you enjoy versus, keeping the content fresh and not stagnating, right? For me, I guess for me, most of it was, I still want to play this. And so that was what drove my decision to continue to do it. And plus, The Witcher 3 still got a good amount of people coming in to watch it, for people doing their first playthroughs especially. But I don't think it does depend on the game you pick, yes. But if the directory on Twitch, I feel, is still getting new viewers, but it's not overly saturated, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily to stick to a game for a good 2 or 3 months. Of course, it does depend on your community. My community was quite accepting of it, so there is that difference. But I would say to get a feel for it, and definitely get input from your community. Definitely ask. That's my advice.
For me personally, I think out of everyone here, I think I have probably actually shifted around the most, honestly. As much as people seem to think I'm absolutely crazy about Pokemon, I have gone from the very first thing I ever streamed was a game called Danganronpa, and I sort of set my vibe around that, which is sort of an anime visual novel type game. And I decided, I like this, I want to try it, let's see where this goes. Got a little bit of growth from that, decided, okay, I'm a little bit tired of this, let's try something else. We're gonna do open world games. Tried a little bit of that, moved on from that. And as I started going more and more into things, something caught my eye, and it was Pokemon speedrunning, actually. And I decided, this looks fun. I've loved speedrunning forever. It caught my eyes, and I was basically like, let's try it, see where this goes, see what I can do with it. And it just felt right. It just really felt right. And one, it helped me, I feel, become a better person. Just it grew me as a person. It also just helped me just grow a community, meet so many people, and sticking to the same directory, I feel, has sort of people will know what I'm gonna do each and every day. And so it is honestly, it's helped me in so many ways. I used to be very, very just didn't like backseat gaming. Now nobody knows how to tell me how to play a game because I'm speedrunning it. And so basically it's sort of like there have been very few people who have sort of stuck around for the entirety of it because it's different games with different vibes. And it's basically, sometimes I've seen what works, sometimes I've seen what hasn't. And overall, in my experience, I think that sort of sticking with a genre and sort of just a series of games has really just helped major growth in my case, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that. And as someone who has jumped genres more times than I can count as a streamer, the thing about picking a genre, or if not a genre, like for me right now, I'm not focused on a particular genre as much as a style and vibe of game. Something that's chill and relaxing. And for me, it's harder because I have to do that on a game-by-game basis. If you pick a genre or you pick a particular style, then you can probably pick fairly freely, jump at least somewhat freely between titles, and you maintain consistency. You maintain your brand. It kind of becomes your brand, and that's what people associate with you. And generally, if you know, say you're an RPG streamer, you play other RPGs, and odds are, if your viewership enjoys tuning into, one, they're going to like the other, or the next one, or the next one. So it gives consistency, you build your brand, and that's what people identify with you, and they decide, you know what, I'm going to stay here. Because people who enjoy one particular style or game because of the style of game it is, will probably enjoy watching others.
I agree with the idea that I was going to make the distinction too, that to me it's about the style of game, because genre can be sort of tricky if you break down genre in the sense of, like, let's say MMORPG versus RPG, or something like that. For me, when it comes to like my style, there's definitely certain types of games that I'll play that sort of like cross upon multiple genres, or even like settings behind the game, whether it's sci-fi or it's fantasy and things like that. But there is a certain style to the games that I play, whether they're RPGs, MMORPGs, or even, outside of those two genres. There's a style behind the games that I play, and it's typically a lore and fantasy focus, whether that's sci-fi or high fantasy or historical fantasy or something like that. But there's usually a sort of lore focus behind it. It does not work well for me to delve outside of that realm. And that's just because, for one, that's sort of my comfort zone of where I enjoy games and the types of games that I enjoy, but it also doesn't necessarily work from a community perspective as well. There's a lot of crossover within styles and genres. People that enjoy watching The Witcher, I get a lot of crossover between like Witcher communities, Dark Souls communities, Fallout communities, Mass Effect communities, things like that. There's a lot of crossover there, where people that are interested in one may be interested in the other. But if I were to, like, I used to stream H1Z1, and if I would jump from like H1Z1 to like Witcher, it wasn't going to work. That kind of like crossover between styles really wasn't going to work for me personally, and I feel like for the community.
Definitely. Yep.
Yeah. Well, we actually have a few questions that kind of address, let's see here. We have actually a question here from a viewer named Grasse, who asked, does the content you stream influence the community, and if so, is it an important aspect to think about? So the content you're streaming, is the way I'm interpreting this, is determining the type of people in the community that makes up, I guess, your stream, if that makes any sense. The type of people that are drawn in from the content you stream. Is that an important thing to consider?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's one of the most important things you can consider when you're going into a particular stream. Now, you may not necessarily know what a community is going to be like until you get into the game, but then at that point you decide, okay, do I want to keep doing this based on the environment? We talked, we referenced, toxic, the toxic chats are some of the most notorious ones, the top 5, top 10. But there's other things. It's not simply a binary toxic, non-toxic. Toxic is bad, non-toxic is good. There are games that attract a much younger audience. Key example of this is Minecraft. It tends to have a much younger age audience. There's other games like that will influence the people, the conversations, and the community that is grown as a result. I actually had a similar experience. While I enjoyed my time with Skyrim, I thought it was a great game. I enjoyed streaming it. I noted that I got a lot of younger people that were tuning in. I say that based on the way they interacted with each other. They seemed to be, younger. And if that's the case, if your show or if your game is attracting, teenagers, that's going to be a different style than if you're playing games that attract people in their 20s and 30s. it is something you have to consider because it will affect you one way or another.
Yeah, for
Very
sure.
good point.
And it counts as well, the creative or gaming or communities you enter as well. We touched on League of Legends earlier, for instance, and we can always sort of play certain games that we enjoy, maybe offline or with people, but it does definitely have a big impact. So if you well, we spoke about someone who went into a CSGO community and it completely changed the community because it could have been, I don't know. Okay, everyone's talking about tea. It's really distracting. Tea?
Yeah, I noticed that.
This is a level 9 emergency. Get on this stat.
It can definitely have an impact, especially when you are thinking if you want to focus on one game or if you want to focus on multiple games, because you have to see it every day and you have the interactions, and you know, if this is going to be a career or a job for people, you need to take that into account as well, and whether or not you want to be family friendly, for instance. See, my nephews watch a lot of Minecraft, and I can tell when they've not been watching family friendly ones. So it's a lot of things to take into account when deciding it, because it's a younger audience and you have to sort of cater to them, and people can be a bit fickle if you change up after a bit.
That actually kind of reminds me a bit of an earlier question in the stream where somebody asked, what about choosing the rating for your, like the maturity rating for your stream? Like, do you go family friendly? What about mature, you know, etc.? How do you decide that?
I would love to be family friendly, but it doesn't always happen that way. I would love to.
Things just happen. I totally get it. I do the same thing.
Actually, well, let me point out, I admire people who actually can do family friendly and do it well, because it's so hard not to swear. It is so hard not to swear. Just
when I get
hands down.
injured, which is often, I tend not to actually swear. It's just when I drop things or I've forgotten or I've done it wrong. And it's something that I would really like to recommend, like Twitch to people, but I can't because, say, when I was at a convention, I was recommended how-to videos to like kids because they're so cute, but I'm like, you can't watch me on Twitch because I say bad words. Occasionally do good things, make good life choices. But it also does take into account if you play age-restricted games. Like, a lot of people don't know that Skyrim is an 18 rated game, which is really weird, but it's falling into that, and whether or not you feel comfortable having people who are a lot younger than you interacting with you, I think. Like, yeah.
I feel that for me, I've gone with the 18 plus rating, and I am staying there. I tend to be aspects of the my own personal style, how I do things in the games I play are going to be closer to family friendly. The reason I go into 18 plus, I mean, number one, I mean, my initial thought is, would I want anyone, if I knew anyone or thought of anyone, would I want anyone under the age of 18 in my chat? Just as a broad scope, because there are exceptions to that rule, but just as a broad, would I want that? I hesitate with that for a couple of reasons. One, there are games that I have played on stream that are rated M, 18 plus. So right there, to me, that's the big thing, is you cannot, in my opinion, justify playing an M game and not having the 18 plus in your chat. The other thing is, sometimes I say things, language gets colorful at times, and so there's that too. The other factor that I do think isn't necessarily talked about as much, but you have to consider, is the conversations and the nature of your chat. Because sometimes, and there's been times where I think this is appropriate, it's been good and natural. There's other times where it's not. And I think all of us here know the difference. When the conversation in a chat goes 18 plus, when it really is an adults only chat. Sometimes that's fine. Other times it is not. And that isn't necessarily something I can control. But if you're going to, but the point is, if you're going to go with family friendly, that doesn't just apply to you and your games. It applies to the chat and the community. So if you're going to have that, then you have to pay attention to the chat and make sure that the conversations in there also line up with that. That's more of a challenge. It can easily, it can, well, not easily, it can be done, but you have to think about that. And for me, it's just for all these reasons, I just go 18 plus. It's easier. I don't have to worry about it as much, and it fits. It's just a natural fit for me and what I do.
Yeah, I would agree. I started out as an 18 plus channel with pretty much no intention of ever doing anything otherwise, because I knew that for one, I'm going to say curse words. I mean, it's just, I worry about the podcast that I'm going to accidentally like drop some horrible curse word. And there's just no way. I mean, there's just no way. I'm a sailor over here. So I knew right away that, and I do play a lot of rated M games, and I just sort of assumed that if I'm going to play rated M games, it's not going to work for me to do a family friendly stream. So I might as well just go ahead and do that from the get-go. When I created my community, I wanted a place for adults to be able to come and hang out and do whatever and act, you know, in a positive manner. Like I always stress that we're positive and we keep things classy, because there's definitely a line between like what's funny lewd and what's just like, okay, that's so cringe, just stop. So we really are careful that it never gets like cringy lewd, at least not to me anyway, but it gets totally lewd and totally adult sometimes, and it makes grown-ups, at least for me, feel uncomfortable if I know there's children watching. And I've had people say things like that to me before, like, you know, my daughter says hi or something, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, could you mute me maybe, please? Because now I'm really afraid that I'm going to say something and teach your child a word, or, you know, I feel like it's more comfortable for everyone if we're going to have adult conversations. Things are going to get lewd, curse words are going to get used. We also have deep philosophical conversations sometimes. I just personally prefer an environment that's centered around 18 and up, and 18 and up content is totally acceptable, because you know when you click on the stream that it's going to be rated M games and sometimes rated M conversation. So
I think that's how I see it, is a warning, you know, hey, you click this button, this is what you're getting. Beware all ye who enter here.
Right.
Yeah.
You click the button. You click scenes in Witcher. So don't ask me why are people having, you know, the naughty in Witcher. It's the Witcher.
It was said in chat, like, mature can mean so many different things, but it can mean mature conversation, it can mean mature game content. It doesn't necessarily have to mean one thing. And I, for one, would really love a PG-15 rating.
Yes.
Which is kind of like covers some like swear words, like some swear words, like the poop word, but doesn't necessarily cover deep topics, inappropriate topics. Because I would say in that bracket, but it's not a thing, so you just have to go 18 for me.
Right.
But I personally wouldn't. I wouldn't feel comfortable knowing, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable hanging out with a 13-year-old, say, in my real life. So having some conversations that we have with a 13-year-old in chat, for instance, yeah, I don't think that's for me.
Right. And Adder hit on something as well. It's the difference between adult and cringe. Because that I think is the key distinction that I was alluding to earlier, is that's, I mean, that can be a part of different chat communities. I think, you know, each one has it to a different degree, but that's one of those things where, you know, there's only so much that you can control. And even if cringe is a possibility, even if it's not what you want, because people can come in and, you know, we'll go with just trolls. If the way that I would approach it is, or the way that I do approach it is, you know, click 18 plus, you know, we're not the crazy, you know, my channel's not the craziest, you know, lewd chat out there, but you don't know what could happen. I might not even be able to control some of it. So here, you've been warned. Welcome on in, but just be aware something could happen.
Well, I think the thing to keep in mind as well is that when a stream is rated 18 plus and has that little warning, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have lewd stuff. I mean, mature
Precisely.
topics also include just really adult stuff and like real talk kind of deal, you know, and things like that are just for a mature audience, not necessarily for the really young. And so on that note as well, on the flip side of it all, you know, as a streamer, if you feel like even if you're not necessarily always talking about mature topics or always swearing or etc., if you feel at any point your stream might, you know, go that way for discussions and stuff, make sure you turn on that mature content. Technically, you won't get any trouble or anything if you don't have it on, but it's a good thing just to have on as good practice. And alternatively, for those of you who are viewers, you cannot like sue a streamer for teaching your kid a bad word, by the way. That's
I don't want a mom to shout at me though.
You know, I don't know if this has happened. I don't know if you guys have heard anything like this happening where like a parent is like, oh my god, this streamer's been teaching my kids bad words. Like, you know, I'm sure it happens.
It happened. It would be my luck that
But-
it happened to me though.
But it's just, you know, on the flip side, don't blame a streamer for teaching your kid bad words.
But as a streamer, make sure you got your bases covered. So
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You can say, well, they clicked the button saying they were old enough.
right. Exactly. Yeah.
Not my fault.
Hmm.
But yeah, just really good points to keep in mind as well as we're discussing this maturity rating and deciding on that for your stream. But before we move on, anything else to add to this before we go to the next topic or the next question?
Kind of on this, you partners may know. Spoonman's asking, you know, if you have an 18 plus, I don't think that affects, you know, potential, like he's talking about ad revenue possibilities. I'll broaden that and say, I don't think I've ever really seen channels with 18 plus ratings get a negative vibe. I mean, every time I see it, I'm like, oh, click the button. Like, I don't think about it. I don't really know if that affects people.
Well, I have something to say about that. I have been on the front page of Twitch before, and when Twitch puts you on the front page, they don't want you to have that mature 18 plus rating on. Even if your content is actually mature, they ask you to turn it off for the duration that you're on the front page of Twitch. And like they don't have a restricting like you can't say any bad words absolutely at all while you're on the front page, but because you are on the front page, you are representing Twitch. In a sense, even if you're not working for Twitch, you are representing Twitch as well as your own brand because Twitch chose to put you on there. So if you're excessively swearing and excessively just showing inappropriate stuff or streaming nude scenes in a game, even if it's part of the game, then they usually reprimand you for that. But that said though, the ad revenue you get from that, like you don't get less, if that makes any sense. But Twitch staff are monitoring the front page, and if they feel like you are just, you know, overstepping your lines a little bit, a Twitch staff usually comes into your chat and is like, hey, tone it down. I mean, but you get all these guidelines before you get put on the front page of Twitch. And you kind of, for me, like when I got put on the front page of Twitch, I turned off that 18 plus and I toned down the swearing. I did say it once or twice, you know, here and there, but that's fine. And that's usually fine from what I've been told. But obviously the usual like discussions that my stream is known to have, we don't talk about that, you know, none of that real talk or anything like that or anything. So some of you guys know, but
I just keep thinking about yesterday and I'm like,
so but your ad revenue doesn't actually get affected. Just thought I would chip in on that. But yeah, so that said then, hopefully that helps some of you guys out there deciding what kind of maturity rating to put on your streams. We actually have a question here from Nanua. Is transitioning to a different like type of content due to like a certain directory, like you're going for a certain game because it's just the really, really popular thing to do right now, is that necessarily a bad thing? Even if it's outside of your usual content?
I would say that it's probably not going to do as much good as you think it is. For one, if it's something that's like super hot, then it's probably going to be really oversaturated to begin with. And if it's completely outside of your normal content, whatever growth you may get from it may not come back with you if you choose to go back to your original content. And you're probably going to lose the growth that you did, or at least a portion of the growth that you had achieved previously. Now, again, and all day today, I'm just going to keep reiterating, if it's something you really want to do and you're really passionate about and you're like, oh my God, this new game is amazing and I want my whole channel to be about this now, take the risk, but know the risk that you're taking. It may be better to play something like that offline unless you really think that that's the full direction you want to jump headfirst into.
Very good point. There's a point made there about retention. Yeah, you might jump on it because, yay, it's the cool thing to do. Everybody's doing it. I kind of want to try it out and get some new viewers that way, blah, blah, blah. Keep in mind that when viewers come in from a certain directory, they expect that to be part of that streamer's content to some regularity, usually. And so when you're doing something that's completely out of left field from your normal content, you might not be able to keep the viewers. So even if it's like, everybody and their dogs and cats is streaming it, never mind that animals aren't allowed to stream, but it's one of those, it's not necessarily the thing that you should do, right? And it can have a bad effect, but at the same time it could, who knows, it could actually be good.
Could work out really well. I changed from variety gaming to creative, and for the most part we did, we lost a few people along the way, but for the most part we kept everybody and we kept our community going, and I think it's really important to foster a good community in that way, so that it's not just about the game, it's about who your friends are in the chat and talking and the streamer. And I think having a good community, a really friendly community, can definitely negate some of that change and loss.
Right, but I think the big thing is consistency. I can see a big argument for, you have a particular style or genre or whatever your brand is, kind of bringing it back to this whole discussion. And then you maybe have a one-off night where, you know what, I really like this game. Maybe you have this game you absolutely love. You wouldn't normally stream it, but like, you know what, we're going to have a bit of an off night. We're just going to do this. It's going to be fun. Celebrate it as a community. You can do that, but don't sacrifice you have to think through, you don't want to sacrifice your vibe or your brand for that. And so decide if this is something, or you have to figure out if this is something that your community would get behind for one reason or another. But the big thing is the consistency. And if there is a sense, or if you start kind of switching direction because of this thing, maybe it's not the best.
A couple of examples where I've sort of kind of done that. Like, for example, I'm mostly known for Pokemon speedrunning. You better believe I played that brand new Pokemon game the day it came out, did not care, went for it, and the chat was dead. Unfortunately, the chat was dead. A lot of the a good chunk of the regular stayed, but a lot of the chat was dead because people would like to avoid spoilers a lot of the time. So I would say a good strategy to kind of counteract that, give it maybe a week or two, let everybody else play it first, and then try to jump into it, is sort of my advice. I've actually recently done that with Breath of the Wild, and it's worked magic. It has worked a lot of magic, honestly. That's my advice on that.
I will agree with that because we have people asking, is it a smart thing to stream a game on day one of launch of the game? And depending on the game, of course, but generally, no. Because everybody's excited to stream it too, and as a result, especially if you're not well established as a streamer, you're gonna get buried at the very bottom of the directory. Because if you guys don't know, Twitch does sort gaming directories in descending order. Is that the right word? Descending order? Oh no, yeah, descending order from most viewers to least. So the most viewers in that directory are at the top, and then the down all the way to 0 viewers at the bottom. So if you're not already well established with a really solid, substantial, number of people in your community that will help boost your views up, chances are you're going to get buried, and as a result, that will lead to a very it's going to be difficult to grow, basically, because people aren't going to be scrolling to the bottom of the game directories. They're going to click on the ones near the top, and so Generally, you want to wait, like Paul said, the sweet spot is to wait a couple weeks. That usually helps because the game is still new enough that people are still curious, and at the same time, you're not fighting everybody for attention, if that makes sense.
Right. That's the big thing. And uh, like what was brought up earlier, it isn't just that you're competing for views. You're competing with the fact that if you and your viewers are really looking forward to this game, there's a really good chance that they want to play it themselves, and ergo they probably wouldn't be watching you when you're streaming it week one. The point of knowing, would my community, and that's the challenge, if your community would probably really want to see you watch this game, well, one would reason they probably want to play it. So, would they actually come out because they're so excited doing it on their own? So yeah, I think at least wait a week or two is good for several reasons, and this is going to be specific to like a story-driven game, but it could apply to anything. The big thing would be, views, obviously. Week one, everybody's going to be streaming it. You won't get noticed. Number two, your community. If they're really hyped about it, they're really, really excited, they're probably going to play it, and that's probably what they would do, at least for that first week. They want to have a chance to experience it, and then they want to watch it. Number three, spoilers. If you go in week one, you will get inundated with spoilers and trolls. I mean, do we remember what happened during Fallout 4 when Utaku programmed his bot to be able to, preemptively stop spoilers from coming in? Okay, you're going to get that. I was a teeny tiny streamer when that came out, and I used his bot, and it helped. So for all of those reasons, waiting is good and probably going to be better for your sanity across the board. Besides, maybe you then get a chance to experience it or play it or, see whatever happens. And even if, I'll just throw this out there, even if, because again, the whole point of looking at brand and gaming is ultimately you want to grow your audience, right? If you play a game when the hype meter is all the way up, it's, at least in my experience, it's really hard to retain people who come into your channel because they are hyped for the game. Because once the hype wears off, where are they going to go back? Odds are it's probably not you. At least that's been my experience. It can work, but generally speaking, trying to gain viewership and build a community based on hype for a game is often less effective than building a community based on your style, your personality, and your community on a general everyday, day-to-day basis.
Good points. Anything else to add to that before we move on?
For me, I just had a really quick personal experience with the Mass Effect series, because I had just played the trilogy and I really wanted to play Andromeda when Andromeda released. Because I was worried about spoilers when I remember the Fallout 4 debacle, with Fallout being one of my favorite series of all time, and getting bombarded and destroyed with spoilers, and was so angry about it. But I was so afraid that if I wanted to play the game on launch because I didn't want to get spoiled by social media or something. Unfortunately, it seemed to sort of backfire because everybody was hunting launch day streamers down to spoil it. So that is a fair assessment, that streaming on launch day can actually somehow, as a caster, lead to more spoilers sometimes. So with Andromeda, I got a little bit lucky. I was behind on Mass Effect 3, so I didn't start Andromeda until about a week and a half, 2 weeks later. And it was fantastic. It gave the community time to get ahead of me in the game. There's still some people that are avoiding the stream because of spoils. But I also don't stream the same game every single day until I finish it. And I think that's important. If you are going to play brand new titles, AAA titles, things like that, when they release, it's nice to have days of the week where you're not playing that game. So your regular community members can still come and hang out. We have at least 2 days a week that are guaranteed to not be Mass Effect. So that way, if people don't want Mass Effect spoilers, they've still got 2 other days of the week that they can come hang out until Mass Effect is completed. And then it's whatever the next series is.
Good points. I hadn't thought of that, about like choosing to stream on launch day and then getting spoiled because some people are just like that, It's the internet, it sucks, but it does happen, unfortunately. Very good point there made. So moving on to the next question then. What about for streamers choosing non-gaming content? What general advice do you have for choosing what to stream? So for anybody who's not aware of the non-gaming content available on Twitch, we have a few directories that Twitch has added over the past maybe year or so. One of them is creative, which is for mostly arts and crafts and anything artistic and a creative outlet. Creative also includes a lot of non-actual creative stuff, like you can build Legos, you can I think you can also do car maintenance under creative. You know, there's stuff like that. And then there's also IRL, which was, I think, is the newest non-gaming
the social
directory
eating as well.
added.
Yes.
Yeah. So IRL was added, which is anything in real life, as long as you are the main focus of the stream, and as long as you're talking either to the camera or to your chat. And then there's social eating, where you have, from what I understand, you have to show the food you're eating, as well as be eating. Not cooking though. Cooking is supposed to be under creative. If you're actually making anything from scratch, that does go under creative. And you can't just like stream yourself making instant ramen. That's not allowed. It has to be like from scratch, a full recipe kind of deal. So there's stuff like that. So for streamers choosing non-gaming content then, what general advice do you have for choosing what non-gaming content to stream?
I do what I want. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. So fitting in with a theme, so you could be a painter. Moving from painting to something like food might be a little bit strange, but creative is a really interesting community in itself, and everyone's really supportive of it. And I think that a lot of the time it is interest in it. There are really big things like digital art and painting and food are always really popular, but you have to be interested in what you're doing. You have to be thinking of interesting ways to do it. Recently I've been doing bigger things and harder things and smaller things to keep it fresh, because it can be quite repetitive almost. You don't have a game to rely on to be like, whoa, that guy just shot me that face. You have to be like, here's another bead. Let's put it on the board. So you have to be you have to enjoy what you're doing a lot, and you have to hopefully get people who enjoy it too. So if you try to be, I don't know, if I tried to be super hype when I was doing mini beads, it wouldn't work, because I would knock them over and then everyone would, I think I would actually cry, because they're horrendous to work with. But people enjoy it. So not letting it get stagnant, because you can't change games. Yeah, I think that's an important thing. Do something you enjoy. That if you want to have creative as the main content, you need to like it, and you need to have longevity of it. Like painting, there's so many different things that you can do with that, and so many different art styles. And you can paint Pokemon, you can play Horizon, you can paint Mass Effect. So it's important to try, I guess, integrate nerdy culture, I would say, because Twitch is primarily a gaming site, you know. But so you need to have that connection to new people as well, to say like, oh look, I'm making nerdy things, come hang out and see your favorite game series, like Mass Effect. I don't know, I try my best, but if you try push yourself, we spoke about it a little bit earlier, getting burnt out on a certain content, playing a game because you feel like you have to, that can definitely happen in creative too, so you always have to be a bit aware of that as well.
I want to ask one thing. Does music still exist as a directory by itself?
Yes.
Yeah, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because there's that too. If you're musically talented.
It doesn't have dedicated support staff though, so the recommendation is to do it under creative.
Oh, well, there you go. Do it creative instead. But before, I mean, if you were making music from scratch, like creating your own original music, that's another thing that you can also stream on Twitch.
Yeah. What does Codex think? Codex has interesting career.
Yeah, so again, what I do is I create audiobooks, and it has been in a constant state of flux in terms of how much I do. I really would do 2 parts, and reading the book, live, showing that on the screen, and then I would also do editing. What do I recommend? The big thing is be flexible. That's been the biggest thing for me. Is there's been a variety of iterations that I've had with this content. Do I really, at a point thinking, all right, do I do 100% creative? No. But then, all of that to some of that to, how does it fit in? I've had to adjust. And part of the thing for me is that it's different from Tash. Tash is doing things in Perlers and cross stitching, which are established communities. And she's had to adjust and do things from that point. But there was already a base there that she could, a community that she could jump into. I didn't have that. I came in when back in July of last year, Twitch added in performance art, which included voice acting. And that's what I went into. Realized that some of it, the book reading has been popular. The editing was not. And so that one, then just adjusting and deciding, what, this part works, this part doesn't, and then adjusting on it from there. Ultimately, the reason that, how to kind of bring this back to the question, what is effective for growth? For me, my decision was, it depends on your situation. It came down to my personality style, my presentation style of reading and narration. It works. Other parts of it don't. The reason that, and I really haven't talked about this, if you watch my channel, you've seen this, but I really haven't talked this much about it. The reason that I've chosen to cut the editing process is because it does not play to my strengths, it does not play to my weaknesses. It plays to my weaknesses. I had to learn that and then adjust accordingly. So when you're doing non-gaming, it can be a little bit tricky because it's a whole, what I will say, having gone to variety into creative, it's a whole new world. It's the mentality that I have to approach creative with is different. It's a change. It's all right. Now I'm used to streaming games. I'm going over to this. Adjust for that. Find something that you could do long term that plays to your presentational strengths. Don't shy away from it by any means. I think creative and then IRL have a lot of untapped potential and are really intriguing communities and content. And obviously there are audiences for those, big audiences for those. But it is a challenge. It is different, and especially if you're used to doing games. You have to approach it differently. It is very weird streaming without a game.
I can actually attest to that.
Here.
Yeah. I've done straight up 6-hour IRL streams where all I do is talk to my chat. Literally nothing but talking to my chat. No Minesweeper on the side or anything. None of that. And you're right. The vibe is different. And there's not. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like you don't have anything to keep your hands busy.
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's the thing.
That's why I have a podcast.
Yeah,
too,
with a game, the game is helping, not in a negative way. It's helping carry your presentation. It is there. It is adding value. If you're doing creative IRL, it is 100% on you. Mm-hmm. You're carrying it, and the other stuff is there, but it is entirely dependent on you. And that, the first time you do it, and the first time you realize that, you can really have this deer in the headlights moment of, oh God, it is all me right now. What do I do? You can't rely on your content or the game to carry you forward. And that's the biggest thing that I would say, recognize that happens and then figure out how can you adjust for that. You can. And I found that it only took a few creative streams for me to get used to that. But it was something that I didn't expect have happen. And it was a change that I had to adjust to.
I think the conversation is more reliant and dependent on the broadcaster at that point. And I think that's true in general. The conversation and the flow of chat really has a lot to do with the broadcaster's interaction and commentary and things like that. But for me personally, in creative and IRL as separate entities, in IRL, the hardest part is that there's nothing there. There's no creative, there's no game, nothing. So if there's a lull in chat, I just need to come up with some type of interesting word vomit. And sometimes that flows naturally, but sometimes it just turns into awkward word vomit. Like, okay, let's play a game. Let's start the game now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I had a funny dream.
You guys want to play a game now? Let's play a game. With creative, it's at least a little bit easier. Sometimes you'd be like, oh my God, look at this stitch that I just knitted. Goodness gracious. And, try and segue off of that. But there is a lot more responsibility on the flow of conversation if you're doing creative or IRL. I personally feel like I'm more responsible for conversation.
What's intriguing is along with that, additional responsibility is also like, how to put it, there's something about being able to control or just dive into that can bring out elements, aspects of your personality and your community that you won't find when you're playing a game. On a whim one time, I decided, chat is, I'm trying to remember. I think it was doing some editing like for creative, and then chat was, there were questions in there, like they were having some conversations going back and forth that were interesting. And I'm like, you know what? We're going to go into IRL and we're just going to, maybe discuss things for 15, 20 minutes. So we ended up having an hour-long IRL talk of just back and forth, and we talked over everything. It was awesome. I loved it. The community loved it. I hadn't tried it before. So trying things like that can actually turn out really well. Not always. Sometimes you can try something, an experiment, and you fall on your face. But the fact that it can rely on you, just on the conversation, the back and forth, I can't, in IRL, when I'm going back and forth just with the chat, I can't do that. I can't focus on the chat nearly as much when I'm playing a game. And that's a really cool thing that has come up, is being able to be dedicated. We're just talking. Games will come later. Right now, it's just you and me, chat.
One thing that I wanted to touch on about the question regarding choosing creative content, I do variety gaming and creative, but I do creative on the same day every week. And I do a variety of creative, and that's something that I actually am trying to sort of like dwindle down a little bit, because I think that the original question was focusing primarily on non-gaming content as far as like growth and fostering community within that non-gaming content. I have personally found that I've spread myself too thin, that I try and do too many different creative things as a part-time creative caster and a full-time gaming caster. So it just makes it really hard to grow consistent creative communities. Because I'm doing way too many different creative things. Even though I'm only doing creative once a week, it would be a lot better if you're going to do creative and gaming content, it's good to have consistency in what you're doing. Try new things and experiment. And if you find a new passion, pursue it, absolutely. But in the same way that we talked about needing to have a style to your gaming, something that's consistent throughout your gaming, if you are a variety, game streamer, the same thing is important for creative. If you're going to do a variety of creative things, try to keep them within at least the same realm if you really want to see that community grow and see growth from that, basically.
Very good point to keep in mind. Anything else to add before I move on to the next question? Go on.
Sorry, which question were we on? Because I think
we were on the what advice do you have generally for choosing what type of non-gaming content? All right, so moving on then, for streamers focusing primarily on non-gaming content, do you feel that it's more difficult to grow or foster a community compared to being a primarily video game streamer?
It's different.
Not necessarily difficult, but different.
I think there are difficulties, but there are difficulties.
It's a different
in
set of
as well.
challenges.
Yeah, and I think with it being, I don't know. I think this is an announced number. Creative is about 4% of the site, something like that. So with us being such a little, we're sat in the corner, we're doing our thing, we're enjoying it. We have to find sort of different ways to bring new people into the category because they might not know it exists. They might be new to Twitch and they finally see the thing like, oh, what's this? So there are different challenges. But I think there are some ways that it's a little easier to be noticed as well for growth. So a balance between those, really. It's not necessarily more difficult than gaming, but different difficult.
Right. Yeah. Different difficult. And that can, they can seem, one set of challenges to a streamer may be easier than another. It really depends. But yeah, I think it is almost, in some ways, some of the issues, the challenges are almost completely different. The biggest one, I think the biggest one is, getting people into, this channel, because here's the thing. A lot of people know about Twitch and they associate it with games. Fewer people know about the fact that there is all this creative content on Twitch. I mean, you have to be, you have to, go into a deeper circle of Twitch to know, oh, this is actually a thing. Once you get there, though, I found that creative as an overall community has, there's a lot of, how to put it, the community knows who, when you're in the community, people know about it. So because it's smaller, you can get noticed easier from within that. The challenge is drawing people from outside in. And then if you're doing something that's even more unique, if you're in purlers or cross stitching or painting, those are more established, or cooking, they're more established communities. I was doing things in voice acting. Some people know it's there, but there's not a huge audience present. So that's the challenge of drawing people in. In games, if you do it right, you can often expect that people will just simply wander in and discover you. And I feel like unless you're in popular creative categories, you can't make that same assumption.
Good points. So while we're in the middle of all this, I know that Pulse has been super quiet. I know you haven't really ventured out of non-gaming, correct?
I've very rarely I'll go into the creative section and make a random overlay, but that's basically it.
Okay, I just wondered if you had any like thoughts or anything on the topic at the moment. No, cool. Just wanted to make sure. We haven't forgotten you. So then moving on a little bit then, back when IRL was introduced, there was general concern that this meant that streamers would be tempted to never really shut down, so to speak, and would always feel the need to be streaming to keep growth up. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that the introduction of more non-gaming directories on Twitch has been a positive thing? Whether or not you've actually done any non-gaming content, I would love to hear your opinions on this.
So that was like an immediate concern for me. As soon as I heard about the IRL thing, on one hand, I was really excited because I do a lot of like talking, just so much talking, and IRL was perfect for that. We can hang out, we can chat, and we don't have to worry about 30 minutes of no gaming content and stuff like that. But I immediately started seeing all of these streams go up that were like, let's do our laundry together. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, like I love broadcasting and I love every minute that I get to broadcast, but I can't be on all the time. I just can't. It doesn't work well. It just doesn't. So I had this like immediate fear of like, oh God, am I gonna have to start like IRL broadcasting grocery shopping and laundry? Like, is this gonna be a thing now? Because I don't want to live in this reality TV show of like the whole community watches me do my dishes, but it didn't really seem to go that way. And I don't know if it was like, I didn't expect my community to be like, hey, we want to watch you wash your dishes. Who would want to watch that? But I did have this like small fear that like, oh man, is it going to be bad if I don't do things like that I'm not on all the time? Is it going to be more of an expectation that I stream? I stream about 50 to 60 hours a week now. Is it going to be like, why aren't you here all the time? So I was afraid of that, but it has not panned out that way. And the excitement of having IRL as an option and being able to just hang out in IRL and chat when I'm not feeling up to gaming or I'm not feeling up for creative and I literally just want to hang out and chat with people, it's awesome. And I have nothing but appreciation and gratefulness for the fact that IRL is now a thing. And it did not turn into this like daunting expectation of 24/7 streams that I initially was like, oh crap.
I think there was a lot of people expecting that streamers are never going to take a break and they're going to be live all the time. But I think realistically, we're all adults. We know what our limits are, and we know what we feel comfortable doing. Some people push it, but that is it's always been the way, and people will do silly things. But I think we're pretty sensible. First time I saw some of the content, I was a bit like, what is this? What are you doing? But after the initial 20 seconds, and I engaged my brain, and think about, Twitch expanding can only mean good things, can only mean like broader audience for us all, because it's not big over here yet. Not many people know about Twitch in the UK, and I'm like, we can do all sorts. We can do crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And so adding these categories just brings more people to the site, and it brings more people into this nice community that people have, and get to hang out and make more friends. So I only think it's good things. And I also like seeing zoos in IRL, and I don't have to go to them.
Well, and there's such a freedom in that if I go to walk my dogs and I'm just feeling like streaming, then I can pop my phone on and IRL. But if I want to walk my dogs and not stream that's okay too. But it does provide an element of freedom that, if I'm at a theme park or for whatever reason, I've done my annual leaving of the house, I might want to stream it.
I think when you see it as, and I think in many ways this is what it's turned into, is it's bonus content, almost a behind the scenes, get to know your favorite caster sort of thing going on. And there's a lot to be said about that. That you get to see your streamer, a particular streamer, what they're like off the camera, off of the stage. And there's something that I think is really inherently cool with that. As far as the 24/7 thing, I'm waiting for we haven't had our proverbial Truman Show thing going on yet. I think certain things like sleeping have been chopped. Like, you can't stream yourself. Yeah.
You still can't stream yourself sleeping.
Right, so you can't.
It was in the FAQ the day it came out. So
yeah.
People just don't read them.
I do think it's interesting, and I do wonder if someday we will see. I think we will. The real question is, would it be successful? Is someone say, okay, I'm allowed to do this, so I'm gonna stream everything I do, really, except sleeping by and large.
I've seen that.
Do I think it's a good idea to pursue? No.
Don't stream yourself showering. I don't know if that's allowed.
Yeah.
Just saying. I'm pretty sure that's not allowed.
Right. So, I mean, but at that same point, the bigger question is, there were concerns about whether it would turn into that. And unequivocally, I think the answer is not. And in fact, I don't even think IRL streams by and large, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's just the circles that I'm seeing with, at least in my circles, IRL is not seen as a requirement like, okay, we can see your life, we demand that we see your life. It's, oh, cool, you're doing this extra bonus stuff, and we can really get behind that.
Yeah, I agree. I personally haven't seen calls for serious calls for we have to see you all the time. But I've always said no to cooking streams because of my house has children in it. So for me, IRL is a non-factor unless I'm already streaming, or I'm here anyway. And I just want to sit and chill for a bit. But with creative, I can just put a beat down every while and it's fine.
Pulse, what are your thoughts on it? On not being able to shut down because IRL, etc., etc.
I personally see it as sort of an evolution of Twitch, because now we can see, again, more behind the scenes thing with streamers. But not only that, it opens up Twitch to so many things. Like, who would have thought we would get a Power Rangers marathon out of nowhere because of just new opportunities and just different things that are coming to Twitch. I find it just absolutely exciting that it's just open up to more things, honestly.
I feel like
Oh, sorry.
Everyone's too excited.
I was just gonna add that, with things like the Power Rangers marathon, you're bringing in people who also have never heard of Twitch because of the Power Rangers thing. People have come in to Twitch because of the marathon, but they never were part of it before. So there is that to keep in mind.
Would love
Uh,
more.
Right. We were kind of having a conversation in Discord about this earlier. There are two, I mean, there's kind of going with what Snowy's talking about. There are a lot of gamers out there that either don't really know what Twitch is or don't know what it's about. The platform has an esports vibe to it, and people think, oh, Twitch, or that's esports thing. No, there's this other aspect to it that you don't notice until you've seen, streams and focus community and all that. But the aspect of bringing in people that are not your typical gaming or Twitch audience, I think at some point, and I don't see a reason why not to pursue it now, but I think at some point it is an untapped audience that should be pursued. Eventually, I think it's going to have to be. I don't think we're at that necessity point yet, but that is a niche that is an audience that I feel that IRL and creative streams are particularly well suited to attract. Maybe people don't necessarily care to watch games or don't really know that much about. I can think of a lot of people that wouldn't necessarily, why would I watch video games? But watch somebody put together a cross stitch or paint or do something creative. There's a lot of people I know that would be interested in that, and they couldn't care less about games. That's the audience that I think for that non-gaming stuff should be approached, and how exactly, I don't know. Talk to people IRL, maybe people or just talk about it. Right, that too. What's interesting is when I've talked to people, who don't really know that I do much on Twitch or gaming, there are many people where if I let off saying, oh yeah, I stream video games, there really wouldn't be a conversation there. But I live stream audiobook creation. That's led to a really interesting conversation.
Same, like a lot of people I sort of interact with, like none of my friends in real life are like gamer people, and they would never sort of think I'm gonna watch someone play X game, maybe to see what it's like a little bit, but they wouldn't stay for 1,000 hours or whatever. But a lot of people, especially like the crafting community, I find they like to have something on in the background, and I know I'm the exact same. If I'm crafting, I want to kind of also listen to someone crafting, and it makes me be a little bit more productive. So I think it's been really positive, and I'm just hopeful that we can sort of extend more and bring more people in. And I would love to have, I've actually thought about this today, I need to do like a little video that's on my tablet at all times that I can say, this is what Twitch is, here you go. And it will only be good things, I mean, there are always bad points to things, but I think they have the best interest of the site in the mind. So adding things like social eating and music and IRL, I think it's only good things, good vibes, extend the audience even more.
And I will say, kind of going off of that, Tash, is yeah, people know that there are negative sides. What I honestly think has been the big problem, I mean, this is a bit of a meta discussion. What I think is the bigger problem, what you're thinking about doing there, about bringing out the positive aspects, is the right thing to do, is because I don't think that's talked about enough. I don't think people as much, I think the biggest problem is not that people think, oh, it's all these negatives about gaming and Twitch. I think the problem is that people don't know about the positives. And the negatives, it's not, I don't think I think people's thought when they think about Twitch or streaming or games, the thought process isn't, oh, those things are horrible. The thought process is, well, what's the benefit to this? Mm-hmm. Where's the cool aspect? Why would I engage with this? It's not inherently negative. It's that I don't see the positive. Change that. And I think that you're going to see more people brought into your content.
We took over a bit then. Hi guys, how you doing?
Anything else?
Codex and Tashna show.
Yeah, I was going to touch really quickly on, do you think the introduction of more non-gaming directories on Twitch has been a positive thing? And generally and broadly, what we've talked about here, yes, I do. But what I will say is that if we separate creative and IRL, because they're very different, when I go into IRL, it's more about doing a behind, I really like the term behind the scenes that's being thrown out. So when I go into IRL, I'm not looking for growth. I have never gone into IRL with the intention of growth. And in fact, most of the time when I go to IRL, I give my mods a little bit of a heads up because it gets trolly in IRL. People know they have the caster's attention. There's a lot of communities that hold high viewer slots in the IRL category that foster less than positive. There's no other way of saying it. That foster less than positive environments. So you do get a higher influx of trolls in my experience with IRL streaming. So I don't go to IRL for growth. I will go to creative for growth because part of my broadcast is creative, and I do want that creative growth, and I do see growth from that positive growth. But for me, IRL is more of like something that I do for the existing community. If I meet somebody awesome at IRL, somebody new comes in the stream, that's fantastic. But I don't typically do IRL streams with the intention and expectation of achieving growth from it. It's more of something for the existing community to do that's fun together.
Totally agree. And like as you said earlier, you don't have that sort of time limit of I'm only allowed to stop and talk to you guys for X amount of time. And I think that's what I took from it when they introduced IRL. I'm like, this is great because broadcasters worry about that all the time. Like, am I going to get banned for talking for too long? And now we don't. We have the section. I totally agree with you on IRL growth, and this is creative feels like a whole community in itself. And Codex mentioned it earlier. Everyone sort of knows each other, or they know someone who knows someone, and I don't know that I would feel that way in IRL.
Yeah,
That's
very good
tangent.
points. Good points.
Yeah, I've never heard that IRL is really a community in the sense that even other games are. Maybe I just haven't heard about it, but I've just never heard about it. Whereas in other games or other communities, I hear about it all the time.
Very good points. So moving on to the next question then. If you've dabbled in both gaming and non-gaming content of any sort and to any extent, so Pulse, this counts for you too for the couple times you did your overlays, what differences have you noticed in terms of overall reception in your community of the content and in terms of growth? Like your existing community, how have they received the times you've gone between both gaming and non-gaming content?
I'll shut up for a bit.
For me, whenever I'm like, usually whenever that sort of is sparked on, I will be like, I kind of want to play this game, but I'm kind of tired of it, so I need to make an overlay really quick. Let's go over to creative, chill out for a little bit, do that. Chat is pretty dead for the most part, and I don't think I received too much growth from it, but a lot of the people who are like, you have amazing overlays, I love it, it's amazing, they're pretty mind blown about the entire process of graphic design, but I don't think I've seen much in terms of growth or just great community reaction to it for the most part. Basically, I would say it's just for me it's more of I need time to do this. Give me a little bit of time, and then we'll do our usual thing.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about this earlier, the fact that I do creative sort of part-time. I mean, I'm a full-time caster, but creative has always been a part-time portion of my stream. But it's a consistent part-time portion every week. And because I do it that way, you know, I do get the gaming side of things where I'll have community members like, I really wish you would play Fallout today, or I really wish you would be playing such and such game today. I know, but I'm going to be doing that in 2 days. Right now, I'm doing this right here, and it's the same thing you get in you know, gaming directory when you're playing a game that other people would rather see a different game. You're playing Witcher, and somebody wants to see Dark Souls. I mean, you're going to get that no matter what. No matter what you do, there's always going to be people that are like, why aren't you playing Fallout, and stuff like that. But for me, like we touched on this a little bit earlier, that I try and pull gaming related things into creative, which really helps. So I do fandom focused creative, whether it's Fallout things or Doctor Who things or Harry Potter things. It's things that I know that are sort of within the gaming realm or you know, nerd geek culture that will still draw people in and be interesting, even if you're not necessarily super into knitting, right? But that does seem to help with the growth on creative days for me. I do get a lot less growth from creative than I do from gaming streams, but I think that has a lot to do with the fact that I'm not a regular creative caster. I do it very infrequently compared to gaming. So growth is a little bit slower, and to touch on what Pulse said, my chat does seem to be a little less interactive on creative streams. It depends. Sometimes it gets to where I'll just stop creating entirely and we're just literally talking. Like Tash said, you put a perler down every half hour. Like, yeah, I'm
doing creative.
Minutes just so that I can be creative. And we're just talking. But there is a lot more like slow chat days with creative than there are with gaming days. But I do find that a lot of that is because people enjoy lurking in creative. They just like to hang out and do their own creative while you're doing creative. So I don't see necessarily that the slow chat is poor growth. It's just that in general, people prefer to kind of lurk and hang out and chill out on the creative days.
Yeah. It does feel, coming from variety gaming to creative, the growth feels different. But personally, you I don't know. It's difficult because you kind of try not to look at it as I've only got X followers today or whatever. You kind of, the experience of it, and when new people do arrive, it's kind of like a wave. You're like, oh hi guys, 3, 2, 1. And definitely the lurking thing, because we spoke earlier about it's you're much more reliant on the broadcaster to be the main like with creative. You do have some, but a lot of the time they're there and they're doing their own thing and they're not necessarily watching what you're doing, but they are listening, so you kind of have to keep on with that. In terms of growth, it's a lot different because, as I said earlier, not everyone knows that creative exists on Twitch. Like even solid people on Twitch who are there all the time, they don't know it's there. And there have been questions of like, why are you doing this? This is a gaming website. Which hasn't happened too much for me, thank goodness, but there is definitely that aspect to it, and hopefully there are some things going on where they're going to extend and make it a little bit more like it's a live streaming site rather than a gaming site.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, where generally, like when they started adding creative and they added, social eating and IRL and all this, and some people generally were like, why are they adding all this stuff? This Twitch is about video games and et cetera, and I was a little surprised at the backlash, because I don't think that adding non-gaming stuff is going to take away from gaming, right?
No, but I do think that was the fear. I do think that was the fear when it first came up, is that in some way it was going to diminish it. And that somehow games were going to be marginalized in some way, which clearly hasn't happened. Gaming is still very clearly the core of Twitch, but I do agree with the idea that we have seen, while gaming remains core in Twitch, it has expanded into not simply the concept of live streaming has expanded beyond video games into pretty much life. We have essentially been given a sandbox of possibilities by Twitch. It says, hey, you know what? If you have an idea, go for it. We've provided the tools for you to be able to do it. But I don't think gaming has been diminished. And yeah, it remains central to so much of what Twitch is and does. And I don't see that changing.
Like, for instance, on a very popular video website, as we all know, my second most watched video is a sped up cross stitch. And I'm like, that's kind of weird, but there is a market for the content, and Twitch, I think, is being a bit sensible and extending to that, and trying to broaden Twitch as much as they can, because it's only people aren't going to necessarily want to watch knitting every single day. They might think, oh, there's a new game coming out and I want to check it out. And then, or like, I recommend Snowy because she's really positive and she's really chill and she's doing this today. And then it brings new people across the whole site. It's not just like, I'm going to take your viewers. They're mine now.
You don't own your viewers' side tip.
Exactly.
And a lot of viewers watch multiple streams. You are not, sorry to break anybody's bubble, but you're not the center of the Twitch universe. Just letting you guys know.
Crush my hopes and dreams.
I like to think we're all part of the universe, the center of the universe. You just gotta be okay to share it and accept that you'll be sharing it.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So,
That's really good about creative. Everyone's sort of, we're all buddies and like, yeah.
I think one of the things that's interesting, though, is when you recognize that you don't have to be like the center of attention, you do not have to be number one. It's oddly freeing, because the fact is, you can be, number, you can be like second or third string, and you can still succeed on this platform. You can still draw on a lot of people. You can be well known. You can find, success, but not have to be the center of the party. Twitch has allowed, because of all the different platforms that we have, there is a kind of bringing it kind of full circle. There is a so many different types of styles that you can become as a caster that don't even have to necessarily be, leading the pack, and yet you can still do very well out here. There's a lot of room at the live streaming table for different types of people, different styles of content, different brands, different identities.
very good point. So, moving along then to the next question. If you have or continue to stream both gaming and non-gaming content, do you stick to a certain schedule with certain content? If so, how effective has this been for growth? And if not, how do you decide what to stream on what days?
I touched on this earlier, and I think that it is vital for my personal community and stream that I keep my creative days on the same days, because I have a lot of people that don't come to creative streams because they're not interested, and I have a lot of people that only come to the creative streams because that's what they're interested in. And there's tons of community members that come to both and just want to hang out, but I think that having like that consistency in my creative days are always on Sundays, so everybody knows Sunday's creative. If you're looking for gaming, pretty much anybody that's familiar with the schedule knows it's not going to be on Sunday, but if you're interested in creative, it's going to be on Sunday. Now, what I did touch on earlier is my actual creative content in of itself is where I feel like I've really spread myself thin, and I try and do too many different creative things. And that's something that I'm recently sort of working on, is instead of trying to do variety creative one day a week, just doing like a few consistent creative things like fiber arts and Legos. So instead of 10 things, just doing every Sunday, it's either going to be a Lego build or it's going to be a fiber art project. And that's that.
Well, sorry, go on, Codex.
Oh, it's Pulse.
Oh, Pulse. Pulse.
Sorry.
I was looking
You're
away.
right.
I was looking at the question. I was like, Pulse isn't even talking in this bit.
For me, the games I sort of decide on have been mostly a lot of Pokemon games a lot of the time, but I mostly decide on whether or not, have I met this goal yet? And that's sort of what I sort of base on if I switch up to another Pokemon game usually. With Fire Red for the longest time, I could not reach the goals in which I sort of set my mind to. So eventually we would just like let it take a break, let it just take a breather, try something else, see if that works, see if I have an easier time with this, see if the community enjoys this more. Sometimes you would actually be very surprised how different one Pokemon game can be from the other in terms of just a speed run and sort of the vibe it puts out there and sort of how fast you could possibly get tired of that one Pokemon game. And generally it's sort of, I just have to dig into myself and sort of find out what is going to draw me to this before I can go back to this, basically, is how I've sort of picked my games for the most parts.
For me, being primarily creative, it is a lot of the time I do what I want. as much as I say that, because if I'm not feeling excited about a project, or it's really easy to tell, and it's really easy to tell that you're kind of forcing it. So some days I'm just like, I don't want to do that, or I'm really tired and I can't count today, so I'm going to play a game. But I do want to work on getting a game as a set day, like through the week, potentially a Wednesday. But yeah, I'm pretty much like, I do what I want. But as I'm mainly creative and mainly Pearlist, it's not too much of an issue for people, I think. More people come to creative than games, so creative when I can.
For me, it is creative, generally speaking, has been on a specific schedule, and I plan to keep it that way. The specific nature of the schedule has changed, more days a week to, just a couple or maybe one or whatever. But having it be at a set time, I do think is important. Like with scheduling anything else, if it can become, for some people, they just know that that's a day that, I don't necessarily like this content, so I'm just not going to tune in today. And just, I'll come back when it's the regular stuff. For other people, it can be, oh, this is the special, the special one night a week or 2 nights a week or whatever that we do this. So I think for all viewers, having if you're going to split content like that, I think having the schedule be clear and having it laid out and sticking to that, I see a lot of reasons to do it. And I also don't see reasons why you wouldn't be specific about that.
Because I'm a grouch.
I mean, there are some streamers who don't do the schedule at all, and they play whatever and do whatever, and they even start streaming whenever, and they don't really have a schedule. But they somehow make it work.
I have a schedule, and I just and I let people know beforehand what the plan is. But if I had to do Pearlist every day, I think I would honestly just cry, and I would hate them. So if I tell myself I have to do Pearlist this day, and I'm not feeling like it that day, I have to sit there and be like, I hate this so much. And in creative, I feel like that makes for a less enjoyable cast for us all. So I kind of it's all pixel art, and we're the same team. So it's all, I think for me it works, but I can understand why for a lot of people it might not. So, I don't know.
Oh, good points overall. Anything else to add before we move on? We have another question here. So, have you made fairly drastic changes in your stream content over the time that you've been broadcasting? What advice do you have for making big changes in content? And how did you communicate big changes to your community? How was the overall reception to your stream content changes? And has there been better growth since you've changed content?
I changed my stream content very early into broadcasting. So I feel like I was kind of fortunate realizing super early on that I did not like the content that I was streaming. I enjoy competitive multiplayer shooter games personally. I did not like streaming them. And that was something that when I first started streaming, I was streaming a lot of CSGO. I was streaming a lot of H1Z1. And I realized within like 2 or 3 months of streaming, I did a Fallout New Vegas stream or something on a weekend. And I just realized that, okay, this is what I need to be doing. It doesn't necessarily have to be Fallout, but this is what I enjoy broadcasting. This is what I feel like my strengths are in. This is the direction I need to take my community and my stream. So I feel very fortunate that I realized that super early on, because there weren't very many people in the keep at that time. So it was kind of easy to sit down with all like 30 of us and say, hey guys, we're gonna stop playing CSGO and H1Z1, sorry. And it really wasn't a big deal. I mean, there were a few people that, will occasionally ask in the first couple weeks of, when are you gonna, play H1 or CSGO again? And I just kind of kept reiterating that, it wasn't my thing, and I'm gonna start focusing more on this. And I personally feel like, although it was very early, I started growing a lot faster, doing, again, like I mentioned earlier, playing to my strengths, playing not only the things that I love to play, but also playing to my strengths. My strength is not in broadcasting competitive multiplayer shooters. I like them, but I'm not good at broadcasting them. And I much prefer and love broadcasting lore-focused, series-focused RPG playthroughs. So I felt like I started getting a lot more growth that way. And it was healthier growth too, I felt like, personally for me.
I guess for me, I'm sort of the type of person who can't really make up his mind for the most part. And so I was basically sort of doing a lot of soul searching for a very, very long time. And eventually I told myself for the longest time, I don't think I want to do speedrunning. I don't really think I want to do speedrunning, but eventually I'm just like, all right, I want to do speedrunning. I want to actually do speedrunning, and I gave it a shot. I really enjoyed it. And honestly, as the community grew, I grew with it. I feel like I changed as a person. I became happier. The community could tell how much was just going through me as I just went through this drastic change within not only my community, but within myself, as I found something I'm really passionate about. And it really honestly makes a difference. Because again, as a lot of what's been said, community can usually tell when you're not enjoying something. And definitely just try to find like something that just sparks something in your eye and stick with it.
What's interesting is that there are times where the community can lead you in a direction where you're like, wait, why are we going over here? But they can bring out aspects of your streaming or personality and your really the whole channel that once you jump onto that, and one of my mods is watching the channel, she's gonna laugh her head off with me saying this. Your chat can surprise you, and when you go in the direction they're leading, you can find some really cool stuff. That has happened for me more often than not. I have ended up following the I guess the vibe of my community in terms of just reading them. What is working well for them? What thing am I doing that they're really into? And I found that the times that I have gone with that, like I feel that the chatter community would really be interested in this, and I've followed their gut sense, it's turned out really, really well. They shape me as much as, I've shaped the general parameters or vibe of my community just by being the leader of it. And trusting your community, I think, is an important place to get to.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times they can, I'm sorry.
No, go.
A lot of times they can introduce you to games that you may not have considered. I know that there's several examples of that for me personally, where I had a lot of community members that are like, "Oh, lady, play Witcher," and I'm like, I haven't. When I get to it, yeah, okay. My first playthrough was like 300 hours, so it took like a year to convince me to play Witcher. But once I started, I was like hooked. Like, oh, this was a great suggestion, guys. We're not stopping for 6 months.
Yep.
Well, in terms of the making the big change, I gradually did it. So I did move. When Creative first came out, I had an Etsy order and I was like, oh, I can stream this now, so I'll do it with you guys. And then people really enjoyed it, and we had like a little side project of all the Pokemon that took about forever. And by the time we got to the end of that, we were also doing gaming. We were doing like half and half. By the time we got to the end of that, we liked that a bit more than the rubbish games I was playing. So definitely like the feel of what your community enjoys, never mind kind of what you enjoy. And the reception they gave to it was like, yeah, let's keep doing this. It's awesome, which is good. So, gradual. I think this counts for if you only play one game and then you wanted to go to variety, or you wanted to go to a different game. some people do it really drastically, and some people, and that can work for them. Some people do it gradually, and that can work for them. But it was really good that it worked out, because I know it hasn't for a few people.
So what general, I guess, advice would you give to communicate changes like that to your community, like overall? Like, is this something you talk about here and there for like a month leading up to when you actually make the change? Or is it something that you, I don't know, surprise your community with?
I mean, when I decided to go primarily creative and like rarely games, I did sort of, we were already leading up to that point, and it was sort of taking over, and I'm like, look, this is the majority of the content already. You know, I feel like we're gonna kind of establish ourselves as a creative community rather than a variety community, because I'm not a variety anymore. That's hilarious. And most people were like, yeah, I get it. But I think talking during streams and in social media kind of about the ideas of where you're going to go and why you want to go that way is really important, because otherwise it can just be like, well, why is he changing from CSGO? I don't know. But saying like, I'm not enjoying it anymore, I'm finding I'm not taking part in the community as much as I want to be able to focus on interaction with you guys a bit more. Having the actual reasoning behind it is really important, I think, as well.
Good points. Anyone have anything else to add for communicating drastic changes? No, it's really about it. Yeah, cool. Cool. So we're reaching the end here, which is good, because this podcast episode's gone a little bit longer than usual. But back to we've had some good stuff though, good discussions, I would say. So back to something just, I guess, general as we start to wrap up. Is there anything outside of brand and stream content that you feel also makes up one's stream identity? And if so, what is it?
I would say that how you carry yourself both on and off of the stream, and by off the stream I mean on social media, at conventions, things like that. I think that there's a little bit of well, I won't focus too much on the negative side of that, but I think that a lot of people, or not a lot of people, but sometimes people can forget that you are your brand identity. And we talked about this in the beginning, that you are a representation of your brand and your stream and your career and your business and all of that. So the way you conduct yourself on social media, the way you conduct yourself at a convention, or just in general in the public eye, is important to your brand and your identity. And that may mean that, you know, you have to exercise more constraint when you go to, you know, a TwitchCon party or something like that, but or get in a rant on Twitter. But I think that that's important to remember, that you're a representation of your community and your brand.
By extension, I don't. Oh, sorry, Tash.
I think we were about to have the same point. So
we might actually, yeah. The people that you surround yourself with. The people that you associate with. And that's, so who do I mean by that? I mean, the people whose channels you're a regular in, the people that you support, the people you network with, the people that you say, hey, we're going to go over and we're going to host this person. The friends and the peers on and off stream. Because Eddar's point about how you carry yourself on social media at conventions is exactly right. But I don't think it's talked about enough for new streamers. The people that you're with, the vibe that they give. If people know, you know, hey, there are streamers that I have backed away from, that I have specifically, you know, not even because they're bad people, but because their style, their personality, their branding, who they are, I really don't want to associate with that. And I don't want my viewers to really be associated with that. I don't want people to think that, you know, I'm with him and I support him or her and I support this type of content. I can only surround myself with a limited amount of people. And I would much rather choose to surround myself with people like my teammates who are whose vision for Twitch, what they do with their communities, what they do with their games, and how they carry themselves is in line with mine.
I would also add to that how moderators are representation as well.
Yes.
Like who you choose to. I know they're not an official representation of the stream, but if I recognize a moderator from someone's chat I'm like, oh, they're from so and so. I feel like they'll be nice, or oh, I'm not sure about them right now. And how they kind of show themselves on Twitter to an extent as well. So if I see in someone's bio that they're a mod of X person and they're saying some really toxic things, I sort of think like, well, I don't think the person they mod for was like that. You know, I didn't think they'd accept that sort of behavior. So having, I would say, an extension of that as well, and sort of not moderating your mods, but making wise decisions on how you interact in that way as well.
Mods are an extension of the caster. And when I see the way a mod reacts or acts, in person, on stream, on Twitter, I assume that they're representing the person that picked them. And if there's a disconnect, if I see a mod who is acting, out of control or is not acting in line with the streamer, it really makes me question the streamer. It could be something as simple as, they made an error in judgment. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you can pick a mod or a representative, and at one point they are, they are right in line, they share your vision, and then something changes along the way, and something happens, and you then have to pick up the pieces, But whenever I do expect that that a streamer picks a mods because they think, hey, this is somebody that I want to represent my channel, my brand. I am choosing my leaders. And my expectation is that, all right, well, then I would hope that if you really care about your community and your brand, you would pick leaders that you think are qualified for that job. And as a streamer, recognize that the mods that you pick are not just simply, people that are enforcing the rules. They are, whether you like it or not. They are an extension of you. Choose them wisely. Good mods are worth their weight in gold.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
A bad mod is hell on earth.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you have somebody who you might have second thoughts about for modding, which is okay, you just sit down with them and discuss it.
Yeah.
And generally, if they're mature people, they're gonna be like, all right, I understand. I no hard feelings, etc. And it goes well, and they still remain a member of your community. Some people, not everybody is quite in that mindset and maturity level, unfortunately. But you just first and foremost communicate it to them privately and make sure you guys are honest about it, because just because you're afraid to have the talk with people, which nobody likes having the talk, but sometimes you just have to. Just because you're kind of scared to do it, doesn't mean you should allow it to compromise you, your stream, and your branding, because they will.
It's also important,
their behavior
I think,
does.
I have a mod guide of these are the behaviors that I want to be timed, or these are the behaviors that I want you to send a message about. And I think that has an impact as well, because not everyone is always on the same page, and so to have that to refer back to at all times is a really good way. I think it's it's a great way to do it. That's why I use it, and I think that's a good idea personally.
Mm-hmm.
Have a mod guide.
And also, what I've found is that this is what I do, what I started doing moving forward is, if there's somebody I'm considering for a mod, I have handpicked enough, mods to have a team together. I run it past them. I run decisions or thoughts about the rules. I mean, I'm talking with my mods on a regular basis. And if I have thoughts about, a way we're doing things or something that I can improve, or, hey, I think I want to add this person to the team, I'll run it past them. That is a fantastic feeling to have, that I have other people that I can bet that understand, that understand my vision, what I'm looking for and what I want to do. And they can help me to continue going down that path. They can be other voices of, validation or critique, saying, yeah, we agree with this, or no, we don't think so, here's why.
Yeah, good points. Anything else to add for mods before we move on? No? Okay, so we actually, we have this, we have 2 more official questions and then 2 actually viewer questions, and then we're gonna wrap things up. So, the next official question is, how important is it to decide on stream branding and or content before you start streaming, at least as a semi-consistent hobby?
I don't think it hurts necessarily to not have like all the fancy branding in the world, but I would say just start off with something simple, like again, just maybe like a little box that says Twitter, Facebook, all that sort of stuff, and then work your way up from there.
Yeah, for me, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know if it's, again, you don't need to have a theme or a brand solidly, but to have it just look neat and consistent, and to know what idea you want to go with or genre you want to go with is probably a good thing if you do want to carry on forward with it. You know, having it already set out, it's much easier to change at the start of your Twitch career than when you've got 20,000 followers and they're all like, wait, why are you now not a pirate? Oh, I don't want to be a pirate anymore, I'm tired. So having an idea is good before streaming, but branding and identity will always evolve, and so don't be too frightened to change as you continue with it.
Exactly. It will change, guaranteed. So accept that moving forward. Don't let two things. Don't let the idea of branding be so intimidating to you. The feeling that I have to have this figured out and this and that, and you'll have litany list A, B, C through Z. Don't approach it like that. If you're starting, pick something, an idea, a concept, pick a general direction. Start walking. You don't have to have the entire journey mapped out. Just pick a direction you want to go with and stay true to that. But then also don't fall into the trap of thinking, oh, my branding doesn't matter. My content doesn't really matter. My person and identity doesn't matter. It does. And what you want to do is make in some way, even if it's simply the fact that you know, as an example, maybe you want to be very interactive. Focus on that. That is your direction. Pick that. Go from there. Maybe you want to have a very positive atmosphere. You go with that. Pick something. Don't feel that it's so important that it becomes overwhelming and you don't start. But also don't marginalize it to the point where you think it doesn't matter. Find the balance in between those 2 points and then go from there.
I think the general idea is that, you know, based on what we've discussed as well tonight, you can tell branding and content does change. It does, can, and will change over time, and that's okay. So as Reaper mentioned, something to start out with, you know, as like a foundation or a base, and you can work from there. And the thing is when you start streaming especially, you have to be open to change. You have to be open to being able to adapt and evolve and be flexible. And so it's so easy to get into that mindset of like, oh, I gotta have everything, you know, I gotta have all the top-notch equipment, I gotta have this and green screen and everything, I gotta get all this expensive stuff, and I gotta make sure I do this and this. Like it's so easy to get carried away and not realize that it's okay not to have all of that to be good with. So definitely keep that in mind. Change does happen, and that's okay. Change is not always bad. So then we have 2 last viewer questions, and then we'll be wrapping things up because it did go quite long today. So
Yeah, I need to stretch.
This is from Harambe. Do any of you stream consoles? What would be your advice for people streaming from consoles to Twitch? And how, you know, this as a part of content and branding, how does that differ? Is something to consider.
Aside from the tech difference, I can't think of much of anything. And to be fair, if you're talking about, I mean, you can stream. I know you can stream from both Xbone and PS4 directly. No, okay. Well, then you don't even need to have the tech difference. For a number of creative reasons, I would suggest you do. But that's simply, I mean, I stream, or I have streamed from both Xbone and PS4, and I just have an HDMI adapter going through an Elgato HD60. And that's my setup. It's simply, the way I put it in terms of like content and branding is it simply opens doors to more games. And if there's games on console that you want to stream, well, the only thing that's stopping you is tech. That's it. And in the big scheme of things, it's not that hard to get around.
In
But
some ways, go on.
No, I was gonna say, but because there's an additional investment, consider carefully.
In some ways, like I know that direct from console streams are really quite popular because people want to see what it is like on the console. They might not want to see it run through PC. They want to see the original graphics. They may be console players themselves, and I know a lot of people quite enjoy that, and it can be quite a good thing. I personally, when I watch them, I like them because the layout is really clean. So I watch speed runs on there, but I don't know. I quite enjoy it. It can be so many different things to take into account. I personally have an internal capture card as well for my PlayStation, but I think that if you want to have all the alerts and stuff, which unfortunately are not available on console, running through PCs, one of those things you have to think about seriously. But there are so many ways and price ranges to do that. Or you can do it direct and have alerts on your phone, which is totally fine too.
Yeah, there's another thing that I also want to mention that was brought to our attention in a previous podcast episode from Starlit Blossom, where if you actually stream directly from your console to Twitch, it's kind of listed in a separate category almost by Twitch. They actually group direct from console. At least they used to. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to group direct from console streams separately from everything else. So that was another way to gain viewership.
I know they used to have it on the front page, which was quite a good thing.
Yeah, but I don't know if they've changed it. So
yeah, it's not on the front page anymore.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if they still do it, but that is something to consider if it's still a thing. I don't know.
People are also pointing out, if you stream direct, make sure you have another device that will allow you to read chat, because it won't show up in your consoles.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So that's that for that, and then we have one last question, and then we'll be wrapping things up. So this is from Kip. He said, earlier you talked about branding. Now my question was, for the people in the podcast who stream without a green screen, how important is their setup and decoration in their background of their webcam? Is this adjusted to branding as well, and has this been consciously chosen?
After you, lady.
Oh God, the green screen debate. So I have been back and forth on whether or not I want to do a green screen since like day one. I think I finally settled on the fact that I'm selling my house and moving later this year. And when I get settled into my new office and I'm going to be there for a while, wherever that may be, I'd like to get a like retractable green screen so that I can use it for some purposes, but I just don't know if I'm ready to commit to it all the time. So I do have I've talked about this so much today, but my brand and my theme is fantasy and medieval type fantasy, right? So I've had this vision of doing this super, I do occasionally dress up for my streams, sometimes in different like Renaissance attire and fantasy attire and things like that. So I've had this vision that I would love to do more like character RP focused streams where I'm dressed up consistently for events or even just in general. Right now, I don't know that I have the time to dedicate to that every single day because it's way more involved than throwing on my pajamas and coming and streaming. But that is sort of my vision, and that's always been my vision, is having this like really immersive stream that has, you know, tavern lights and all kinds of like sort of like medieval feel to it, fantasy feel to it. And I feel like a green screen would be very conducive to that, and would almost really be necessary unless I redid my whole office that way. But I do like having a lot of the nerd memorabilia in the background. I mean, some of the things that my chair is currently hiding, I've made prop replicas and things like that I've made. And I like having that stuff too. So it's just always been this like debate for me, if I want to go green screen or if I just want the option of a green screen or if I just don't want to mess with a green screen.
No, I feel you a lot on that. I like them when gaming, when I'm watching people do gaming streams, because then I can see more of it and it feels more immersive, but you still get all the reactions and everything. But with creative, I also get to be like, oh, hey, look, I do that stuff. And I think, like you said, you get to see what we've done in the past. I actually do have a green screen in the other room, and at some point in the future, we're going to have to move. So I'm kind of hoping I can have like the same thing. I can have a green screen here, so for gaming, and then creative is something like this. I really do like having all my nerd stuff. And also, I wouldn't like to have the extra lights. You know, I'm really bad with, I can't be bothered.
Lighting is a big thing, yeah, for green screens.
I have like my studio like there, you can see it. And I'm like, ugh, can't be bothered with that today. So I don't think I could deal with having two of them all the time. I do really like being able to kind of roll back and I'm like, hey, look at this that I did yesterday. Or do you want to see the Mario that we did on Sunday? And it kind of, it would feel weird to have personally to have a green screen on creative. In terms of like digital art, I can understand it as well. You can see more of what's going on. But I have like my nice little boxes, and this is what we're doing. And I don't need to be over my hands camera, like, overlaying on my hands cam. That would just I don't know how to feel about that. So for me, green screen is 95% no. I'm not bothered. Good.
I think the whole thing with what you put in the background, like if you don't use a green screen, what you put in the background does definitely, I think, or it can add to your branding and your overall stream content. So
Messy.
for sure.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, and that's why I like having the examples of Pokemon and other bits. That used to be actual books, and I freed it up for creative stuff. So
it does mean I have to keep my office very clean, though. Other than my terrible wiring that's just hanging out of the ceiling, pretend it's not there. But yeah, it is a thing that, you know, it's relatively neat right now, but there have been times where it's not, and this camera is sort of like strategically angled not to capture the disaster that is my workshop closet over here, because it would be shameful. So there's that element to it too. I always have to make sure that, you know, the floor's picked up and everything is neat and tidy, and
yeah, my desk over here is just like stuff that I use all the time.
Yeah,
but
the bits you can't see.
And like the whiteboard is hiding my cross stitch stuff, so you can't see it. It's totally fine.
You don't want to see this desk. I'm keeping this for many reasons.
I have to tidy my desk every single day before I creative cast because it's just a mess. And I'm like, oh, god damn, I have to tidy now.
The amount of mugs that have stood on this. Oh, yes.
Oh.
All right, then. So that's really about it for that. So to wrap things up, one last piece of advice, just one thing that you want listeners and viewers to walk away with from this episode on the topic of stream identity, branding, and choosing content. Starting with Adder.
I will go ahead and continue my broken record all day long. Follow your passions. And I just can't stress enough that it is tangible when somebody is passionate about something. And I think that really, really will help growth. You'll be happier with what you're doing every day. Your community will be able to tell that you're happy with what you're doing every day. You know, like we talked about a little bit today, there's a fine line because you can't always viably stream everything that you love. I have had to make those compromises in the past, but find ways to include your passions in your stream, whether it's in the branding theme, whether it's in the content itself or how you present yourself. Make sure that what you're doing is what you love and not just what you think will get you the most growth and things like that.
And then Pulse Effects. We're going to go like out of order here. Pulse Effects. One last piece of advice that you would love viewers and listeners to walk away with on the topic.
I would say sort of find what makes you you, what makes you stand out from other people, and just what puts you out there, what makes you just like for me, coffee or Pokemon. no matter what it is, just don't be afraid to put it out there and just show who you really are. Just be passionate about it.
Okay, then moving on then. Codex Reaper.
Recognize that whatever branding, and especially when you're starting out, recognize that your branding identity will change, and that's okay. As you start, when you start with your vision, things will change. You'll find things that work. You'll treat it as a giant experiment. You'll find things that work. You'll find things that won't work. You'll go back and forth. This is awesome. Oh, this is not. Let's never do that again. That is part of the process. Don't let the fact that your branding will change scare you from getting started, but also don't feel like I chose this idea, I chose this branding, and I have to stick with it no matter what. If a change makes sense, if there is a change that you can see for your community and for what you do for the better, do it. Embrace the change. Because ultimately, if you're focused in going in the same direction, the more experience you have, the bigger your community gets. The more experience you get as a broadcaster, you'll realize what's working and what's not. That's really my advice, is recognize that change is a reality. Your vision will change. The direction may ultimately be the same. I mean, my direction when I started, the vision that I cast for Twitch, I mean, I've changed pretty much everything except the fact that I want to go in this general direction. It has been a zigzag, but that's just how the process works. There's nothing, if you feel like it is not a failure if your brand has to change. That's normal. That's natural. So don't let that scare you.
Good points.
You guys have made really good points.
And then Tash.
You guys used all my points up. I was like, okay, I'll move on to the next. No, I think it's really good points. Agree with you guys completely. Like, stay true to kind of, unless you are doing a persona, stay true to what you have, as well as don't sell yourself out for something you're not going to be happy with. But again, things will change, you will change, so don't feel like you have to stick and be stagnant and stay with a certain thing. Like, if it's not working, try something else, but don't lose yourself in the process, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And then for me, my one piece of advice on stream branding and content: draw inspiration from your fellow streamers and create something that's your own. Of course, we talked about don't copy, don't steal. That's not cool. But there are so many broadcasters on Twitch, and there are so many really just unique people that just really have a thing going, and it's definitely okay to draw inspiration and to, as a result, take all these different sources of inspiration and create something that's uniquely your own. So don't be afraid to think outside the box, and try to be as creative as you can be, even if you're not a very creative, artistic person that you feel like, there are ways to step outside the box and to do something different and to create something that you can call uniquely your own. So do not be afraid to try that. So that is my last piece. So that's really about it. If you guys are wondering, this is the Chillest podcast, and that was episode 14, Stream Identity, Branding, and Choosing Content. We are going to do one last round of brief self-introductions if you're not aware who each of us are. And we're not the only ones on the team, so please do follow everybody on the team, all 17 of us. We all focus on interaction with viewers, positivity, solid and welcoming communities, as well as high-quality content. So please follow all of us. But without further ado, last round of self-introductions, starting with Adder.
I'm Lady Adarissa. I am a full-time variety broadcaster on Twitch. I stream every day except for Monday. And I do a variety of gaming and creative. I mostly do gaming, and then one creative day a week. A lot of RPG series playthroughs. I'm a completionist, and I focus a lot on lore and exploration.
Cool. And then I'm Snowlit. I am the leader and creator of the Chillest. I am a full-time streamer, streaming every day but Sunday, and I usually focus on action-adventure RPGs and story-driven games in general. My recent cups of tea have been Horizon Zero Dawn and Bloodborne, and yeah, I like turtles. Next is Tasha.
Yeah, so I'm Tashna. I'm in the UK. I generally stream super late night UK and early morning. It's now nearly 4 a.m. So it's getting close to my bedtime. I do a lot of creative. We mainly work with perler beads, but we also do some gaming. And we try on sorts of new things. If you guys want any tips, come hang out. But yeah, we just have a nice chill. We're really positive, we're relaxed, and we make cool stuff. That's fine. Make cool stuff.
Cool. Next is Codex Reaper.
So I'm Codex Reaper, creative and chill games caster. I do things late night US and then early morning over in the European zone. I do games that have a more relaxed. I stream in the relaxation community, so recently been doing games like Subnautica, Stardew Valley. Things that have a lower focused vibe, like to wind down at the end of the day or the beginning of the day, depending on where you're at. Also do things in creative, reading audiobooks to my chat here and there. And that's me. That's what I do.
And then last but never least, Pulse Effects.
Hi, I'm Pulse Effects. If you want to see games done quick, stop on by my channel. I am a variety speedrunner. Been mostly focused on Pokemon for quite a while, but as of not too long ago, I'm deciding to switch it up, do a variety of speedruns. I'm currently going through Breath of the Wild, all dungeons, speedruns. So if you want to see anything new, I'm actually planning to do ukulele very soon for speedruns. And we have a very nice, lovely community. We like to hype it up whenever the going gets tough. Lots of puns, lots of coffee. You want to come on by, click that link in stream.
I see what you did there. Deliverer of puns. So good. So, like I said, we are but a few members on the team. The Chillest is a team of 17 members. Do feel free to follow all of us. Amazing broadcasters overall. They wouldn't be on the Chillest if they weren't amazing, so please do check all of us out. If you missed this podcast, don't worry, there will be a VOD available up on YouTube as well as my Twitch highlights. All previous episodes are also available on YouTube. And soon we're actually going to have a team website up on chillest.tv as well as thechillest.tv. We have both domains. And right now they currently redirect to the Twitch team page, but soon we're actually going to have a website up along with a place for you to actually listen to just the audio only without video. So if you're not able to tune in to watch the YouTube video or during the live broadcasts, we will have the audio available in the nearish future for those of you who prefer to like download it to your phones or something, or to just listen to it while you're commuting and things like that. So really cool stuff. But thank you all so much for tuning in. We had a lot of amazing discussions. Thank you to everybody as well for joining me on the episode tonight. You guys are all fantastic. And I love your faces. You guys want to say any last anything else?
I'm really
No?
hungry.
You're
I want a
hungry?
snack.
Yeah.
I could pull up my pun book.
Oh no,
It's
terrible.
pizza time.
Let's end it here. Let's end it here. But I love you all. Thank you so much for supporting the Chillest. No, Dab. Somebody asked. I think we're gonna leave it to that one episode. We'll leave it back there. But thank you all so much for tuning in and all the good discussions and questions. And we'll see you around then. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.